The year is 412 BCE, and the wind whipping off the Euxine Sea carries the sharp mineral tang of salt and cold iron, cutting through the humid air of Sinope to rattle the shutters of the wealthy. Here, on the northern edge of the civilized world, the grey waves beat a ceaseless rhythm against the black volcanic sand, a sound that feels less like water and more like time itself, eroding the edges of the earth. Close your eyes now, and let that rhythmic crashing of the waves slow your breathing, pulling you away from the noise of your day and setting you down on these ancient, misty docks, where the smell of fish, tar, and smelting copper fills the heavy air. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Diogenes of Sinope stands as one of the most provocative figures in the history of philosophy. Living in the 4th century BCE, during the height of classical Greece, he rejected not only political power and social status, but also wealth, comfort, and convention itself. While many philosophers advised kings or designed ideal states, Diogenes chose a radically different path. He believed that true freedom could only be achieved by abandoning power, possessions, and the false values imposed by society. His life was not merely a philosophy written in words, but a philosophy lived in action. Diogenes was born around 412 BC in Sinope, a Greek city on the Black Sea coast. According to ancient sources, his family was exiled after being involved in a currency scandal, either counterfeiting coins or altering their value. This early experience may have shaped Diogenes' later obsession with exposing what he believed to be false currency in moral and social life. After arriving in Athens, he became a disciple of Antisthenes, a follower of Socrates, and one of the founders of Cynicism. Antisthenes taught that virtue was the only true good, and that it could be achieved through self-sufficiency and discipline. Diogenes pushed these ideas further than anyone before or after him. The philosophy of Cynicism, from the Greek word kainos, meaning dog, aimed to strip life down to its essentials. Diogenes embraced the label fully. He lived like a dog, sleeping in public spaces, begging for food, and showing no shame in actions others considered disgraceful. For him, shame itself was a social invention used to control people. By rejecting it, he believed he could live in accordance with nature rather than artificial laws and customs. Diogenes is famously associated with a large ceramic jar, often mistranslated as a barrel, in which he was said to live. Whether literal or symbolic, the image captures his extreme minimalism. He owned almost nothing, at one point even throwing away his drinking cup after seeing a child drink water from his hands. This act was not theatrical simplicity, but a philosophical statement. Human beings burden themselves with unnecessary needs, and those needs make them weak and dependent. His rejection of power was not passive. It was confrontational. Diogenes openly mocked politicians, generals, and intellectual elites. He believed that political power corrupted both rulers and those who sought to serve them. Unlike Plato, who tried to advise rulers and imagined philosopher kings, Diogenes saw power itself as the problem. To rule others, or to desire rule, was to surrender one's inner freedom. The most famous story illustrating this stance involves Alexander the Great. According to tradition, Alexander visited Diogenes and asked if there was anything he could do for him. Diogenes replied, "Yes, stand out of my sunlight." This brief exchange became legendary. Alexander, the most powerful man in the known world, was reduced to an obstacle between Diogenes and the sun. Power, in that moment, meant nothing. Diogenes needed no favor, no protection, no recognition. His freedom was complete because his needs were minimal. Diogenes also rejected the idea of citizenship tied to political states. When asked where he came from, he replied, "I am a citizen of the world." This concept of cosmopolitanism was revolutionary in a time when identity was tightly bound to the city-state. By refusing allegiance to any single political power, Diogenes denied the authority of all of them. He believed moral truth was universal and did not depend on laws, borders, or rulers. His method of teaching was deliberately shocking. Diogenes used satire, insult, and public provocation to expose hypocrisy. He walked through Athens in daylight with a lantern, claiming to be looking for an honest man. The message was clear. Society praised virtue, but rewarded wealth, status, and influence instead. By living in poverty, Diogenes believed he was richer than kings, free from fear, ambition, and flattery. Critics accused Diogenes of being antisocial or extreme, and in many ways he was. Yet his extremism served a purpose. By pushing simplicity to its limits, he forced others to question their assumptions about success, happiness, and authority. He showed that power over others often comes at the cost of power over oneself. A ruler must protect his position. Diogenes had nothing to protect and therefore nothing to lose. Diogenes died around 323 BCE, the same year as Alexander the Great. According to legend, he asked that his body be thrown outside the city walls to be eaten by animals, unconcerned with honor or burial rites. Whether true or not, the story reflects his lifelong indifference to reputation and legacy. He did not seek followers, institutions, or monuments. His influence survived not through schools or books, but through example. In the long history of philosophy, Diogenes remains an uncomfortable figure. He offers no system, no political program, no gentle moral advice. Instead, he asks a brutal question: how much of what we desire is truly necessary, and how much is imposed by society and power? His answer was radical simplicity and total independence. Diogenes rejected power not because he was weak, but because he understood its cost. In giving up power, he claimed something rarer: absolute freedom. In a world still obsessed with status, wealth, and control, his life continues to challenge us, reminding us that the greatest rebellion may be to need very little and fear nothing at all. But to understand how a man becomes a myth, we must first meet the boy. And to meet the boy, we must walk through the heavy bronze doors of the Sinope mint, where the air is thick with the taste of metallic dust, and the heat of the furnace turns the room into a shimmering haze of orange and grey. Here, the young Diogenes is not a beggar in rags, but the son of Hicesias, a man of profound importance, a banker, a magistrate, the one entrusted with the very soul of the city's economy. Watch closely as the camera of our mind glides over the work tables, observing the precise rhythmic strikes of the hammer against the die. Clink, clink, clink. It is a hypnotic sound, the heartbeat of commerce. Hicesias is a man of systems and rules, and young Diogenes, perhaps in his late teens or early 20s, moves through this world of organized wealth with a curious, unsettling gaze. He watches the silver melt. He watches it cool. He watches the heavy stamp press the face of the sea eagle, the symbol of Sinope, into the yielding metal. There is a sense of absolute authority in this room, the belief that value is something real, something heavy, that can be held in the hand and weighed on a scale. But there is a whisper of trouble in the air, a tension that tightens the shoulders of the workers. Historians still argue whether the scandal that is about to unfold was a political act of rebellion or a simple case of greed, but the result remains the same. The phrase historically associated with this turning point is parakaratin to nomisma. In ancient Greek, nomisma means currency, but it shares a root with nomos, meaning custom or law. To deface the currency is a pun, a double-edged sword suggesting that one is not just clipping silver from a coin, but scratching out the very customs of society. Imagine Diogenes holding one of these coins, the silver cool against his thumb. Perhaps he notices that the face of the eagle is slightly off-center, or perhaps he realizes, in a flash of terrifying clarity, that the metal is just metal, and the value is a shared hallucination. The story goes that he and his father began to alter the coins, perhaps shearing the edges to debase them, or perhaps stamping them with a mark that rendered them void. Why would a banker destroy his own bank? Some say they were following a misinterpretation of a prophecy from the Oracle of Delphi. The oracle had told Diogenes to deface the political currency, a metaphorical command to challenge societal norms. But the young man, literal-minded and perhaps a bit too eager to swing a hammer, took it to mean the actual money in the vault. It is a detail that adds a touch of tragic comedy to the scene. Imagine the future sage confusing a spiritual directive for financial fraud, ruining the family business because he took a metaphor too literally. It seems being a wise man has a bit of a learning curve. The discovery of their crime shatters the quiet, orderly world of the mint. The camera pans back, exiting the heat of the furnace and moving into the streets of Sinope, where the mood shifts from industry to judgment. The citizens, the very people who nodded respectfully to Hystesias yesterday, now turn their backs. The legal decree is swift and brutal: exile. Hystesias is thrown into prison, his legacy turned to dust, but Diogenes escapes or is banished, cast out from the only home he has ever known. Watch him now as he stands on the chaotic docks, stripped of his citizenship, his status, and his wealth. He is no longer the banker's son. He is a nobody. The sun beats down on his neck, hot and indifferent. He carries a small bundle, perhaps a few loaves of bread and a cloak. But the true weight he carries is the sudden, crushing lightness of having nothing. He steps onto a merchant ship bound for Athens, the wood of the gangplank creaking under his sandals. As the ship pulls away, the oars cutting into the dark water, the city of Sinope shrinks on the horizon. The great walls, the mint, the house where he slept safe and warm, all of it becomes small, then toy-like, then gone. Most men would weep. Most men would feel the terror of the void opening beneath them. But look at his face as he turns towards the open sea, toward the jagged line of the horizon where the blue water meets the blue sky. There is fear, yes, but beneath the fear, there is a strange, new sensation blooming like a spark in the dark. The coin has been defaced. The stamp of citizen has been rubbed away. He is floating in the space between who he was told to be and who he actually is. The wind catches his hair, messy and unkempt, and for the first time, He does not worry about the cost of a haircut. The journey to Athens is long, the sea is vast and uncaring, and Diogenes of Sinope, the exile, the criminal, the failure, takes a deep breath of salt air and realizes that the world is much, much larger than a bank vault. The Aegean Sea is not merely a body of water. It is a breathing, shifting entity of deep indigo and foam-capped teal that has swallowed kings, fleets, and myths with equal indifference for 1,000 years. And now it cradles the wooden hull of the merchant vessel carrying the exile away from the only life he has ever understood. As the coastline of Paphlagonia fades into a smudge of grey mist behind him, Diogenes sits near the stern, his back pressed against the rough, sun-warmed pine of the gunwale, feeling the vibration of the ship as a living thing beneath him. The rhythm of the journey takes hold, a slow, hypnotic cadence of rise and fall, mimicking the breath of a sleeping giant. The days bleed into one another, marked only by the arc of the sun and the changing shifts of the oarsmen below deck, whose rhythmic chanting drifts up through the grate like a song from the underworld. Life on board is a forced intimacy, a microcosm of the society he has just left, but stripped of its polite veneers. Here, the smell of unwashed bodies mixes with the sharp tang of tar and the sweet, rotting scent of overripe figs packed in crates nearby. He watches the other passengers, merchants guarding their purses with paranoid eyes, travelers boasting of connections in high places, and slaves who look at the horizon with a quiet, terrifying longing. It is a floating theater of human folly, and for the first time, Diogenes is not a participant, but an audience member, observing the script without knowing his own lines. He has no luggage to guard, no connections to leverage, and no master to fear, and in this vacuum of purpose, his mind begins to sharpen, scraping away the soft habits of his upbringing like barnacles off a keel. He eats what he can scrounge or what is given in pity, dry barley cakes that taste of dust and brine, olives that are too salty, water that has sat too long in the cask, and discovers with a mild jolt of surprise that the hunger does not kill him, and the coarse food still fills his belly. It is a small lesson, perhaps the very first brick in the fortress of self-sufficiency he will later build, a realization that the gourmet meals of his father's table were a performance, not a necessity. At night, the world dissolves into a canopy of absolute blackness, pierced by the hard, cold light of the stars. The constellations wheeling overhead in a silent mathematical dance that makes the quarrels of men seem laughably small. He lies on the deck, wrapped in his single cloak, the wool scratching his neck, and stares up at the hunter and the bear, tracing the same lines that Odysseus once navigated. And he wonders if the hero felt this same crushing loneliness, or if the legends lied about that too. There is a scholarly debate that drifts through the centuries, like sea smoke, regarding exactly when this journey took place. Some historians argue he arrived in Athens shortly after the fall of the 30 tyrants, while others suggest a later date. But what matters is not the year on a calendar, but the season of the soul. He is traveling towards the aftermath of a golden age, toward a city that has just executed its greatest thinker, Socrates, and is struggling to define itself in the wake of war and plague. Diogenes does not know this yet. He knows only the slap of the wave against the wood and the salt spray that crusts on his eyelashes, stinging his eyes awake. The ship stops at island ports, places with names like lyrical spells, Lesbos, Chios, Andros, where the local dialects twist the Greek tongue into new shapes and the marketplaces bustle with the frantic energy of people trying to sell things they do not need to people who cannot afford them. Diogenes watches the transactions, the haggling, the desperate exchange of silver for status, and he touches the empty space at his belt where a purse should be, feeling a phantom weight that is no longer there. He sees a man drop a copper obol in the mud and scramble on hands and knees to retrieve it, dignity forgotten in the face of a stamped piece of metal. And he remembers the mint in Sinope, the heavy hammer, the lie of value. A quiet laugh bubbles up in his chest, a dry, rusty sound that startles a passing sailor. It is the absurdity of it all, the great cosmic joke that everyone is playing a game where the points are imaginary and the stress is fatal. It is said that sea travel changes the humors of the body, balancing the bile and the blood. But for Diogenes, it seems to be purging the fear of judgment. One afternoon, a squall rises out of the west, turning the sky a bruised purple and whipping the sea into a frenzy of white peaks. The passengers scream and pray to Poseidon, clutching their amulets and their gold, bargaining with the gods for one more day of life, promising sacrifices of bulls and wine if only the hull holds together. Diogenes sits amidst the panic, wet and shivering, but he does not pray. He watches the storm. He sees the power of nature, raw and honest, stripping away the pretensions of the wealthy merchant who is now vomiting over the rail, just like the poorest deckhand. The storm does not care about their bank accounts or their family names. It treats them all as equal biological matter. And in that terrified equality, Diogenes finds a strange comfort. If nature is the true ruler, then the laws of men are just stories we tell to keep the dark at bay. The squall passes as quickly as it came, leaving the deck slick and the passengers exhausted, their finery ruined, their dignity washed away, and Diogenes helps to coil a rope, his hands raw and blistering, earning a nod of respect from the helmsman that feels more valuable than any praise he ever received in the banking halls. As the days turn into weeks, the silhouette of the mainland finally appears. A hazy purple ridge rising from the glittering water, Attica. The mood on the ship shifts from endurance to anticipation. The merchants straighten their tunics and check their manifests. The travelers rehearse their introductions, and the energy of the great city seems to reach out across the waves, magnetic and demanding. They are approaching Piraeus, the port of Athens, the gateway to the intellectual capital of the world, a place where every idea is tested and every god has an altar. Diogenes stands at the prow, the wind blowing his hair back from a face that has been darkened by the sun and thinned by the journey. He looks different now than the boy who fled Sinope. The softness is gone, replaced by a lean, hungry alertness. He is a refugee, an exile, a man with a criminal record and no prospects, sailing into the heart of a civilization that prides itself on lineage and eloquence. He has no plan. He has no friends. He has only the clothes on his back and a growing suspicion that the entire world is living a lie. As the ship glides past the breakwater and into the chaotic, shouting, smelling, crowded harbor of Piraeus, the noise hits him like a physical blow, criers shouting news, dockworkers swearing, the clatter of carts, the smell of roasting meats and open sewers. And he steps onto the stone quay, the solid ground feeling strange and unyielding after weeks of motion. He stumbles slightly, catching his balance, and a passerby sneers at his ragged appearance, muttering a curse. Diogenes straightens up, looks the stranger in the eye, and smiles. The long road is over. The real work is about to begin. The road from Piraeus to Athens is a limestone ribbon stretching roughly 5 miles inland. A dusty umbilical cord connecting the chaotic mouth of the port to the beating heart of the city-state. And as Diogenes sets his feet upon it, the ground feels vibrant, humming with the footsteps of thousands who have walked this path before him. Soldiers, statesmen, slaves, and poets, all drawn to the violet-crowned city like moths to a dangerous, flickering lamp. The noise of the harbor begins to fade behind him, replaced by the droning buzz of cicadas in the olive groves that line the road, a dry, rhythmic rattling that sounds like heat made audible. He walks slowly. There is no rush now. The exile has nowhere to be, no appointments to keep, and this lack of destination changes the way a man moves through the world. Most travelers on this road are rushing. Merchants anxious to reach the market before the best stalls are taken. Messengers carrying scrolls sealed with wax. Farmers driving stubborn goats with sticks. But Diogenes moves with the drifting, unhurried pace of a cloud. He watches the dust rise in small puffs around his worn sandals, coating his ankles in a fine, ghostly powder that marks him as a walker, a wanderer, a man of the earth. Ahead, the landscape begins to shift. The sporadic farmhouses and dusty groves give way to the encroachment of the city, a sprawling organism of stone and clay that seems to be growing out of the bedrock itself. Then he sees it, rising above the haze of cooking fires and the clutter of rooftops is the Acropolis, a high plateau of rock crowned with temples that glow with an almost aggressive brilliance against the deep blue sky. The Parthenon, completed only a few decades before his birth, stands there not as a ruin of white purity as we see it today, but as a riot of color. The marble painted in vivid blues, deep reds, and gold, a gaudy, glorious testament to human pride. To a banker's son, it might look like power. To a refugee, it looks like a fortress of exclusion. The sunlight catches the bronze tip of the great spear held by the colossal statue of Athena Promachos, a beacon visible even from ships at sea, flashing a warning that this city belongs to the gods and their favored children. Diogenes narrows his eyes against the glare. He does not feel awe. He feels a strange, bristling suspicion. He sees the massive walls, the long walls that once protected the corridor he is walking, now partially dismantled and scarred from the wars with Sparta, reminders that even stone is not permanent, that even the greatest empires can be cracked open by fear and hubris. As he passes through the city gates, likely the Dipylon Gate, the sensory experience of Athens crashes over him like a physical wave. It is a city of marble, yes, but also a city of mud, of narrow, twisting streets where the balconies of the second stories nearly touch overhead, creating tunnels of shadow that trap the smells of urban life. He smells roasting garlic, stale wine, the heavy, sweet scent of jasmine, trying to mask the sharper odor of open drains and the pervasive metallic tang of unwashed humanity. It is crowded, far more crowded than Sinope ever was. People are everywhere, citizens in their draped hymations, the fabric arranged in complex folds that signal their status, slaves in short tunics carrying water jars or heavy baskets, women veiled and hurried, moving like ghosts through the male-dominated streets. Diogenes is bumped and jostled, but he does not shove back. he observes. He sees a man in a saffron-colored robe stepping gingerly over a puddle of waste, his face twisted in disgust, and Diogenes chuckles softly. The man is a slave to his own shoes, terrified of the dirt, ruled by the fear of a stain. What a fragile way to live. Scholars often debate the exact demographics of Athens during this period, trying to determine the ratio of free citizens to the enslaved and the metics, the resident aliens. Diogenes is now technically a metic, a class of people who were allowed to live in the city but had no political rights and were required to pay a special tax, the metochion. But as Diogenes wanders deeper into the labyrinth of streets, he realizes he has no intention of paying a tax to exist. He has no money to pay it, and more importantly, he has no desire to buy the right to breathe the air. He sees the lines of social stratification drawn in the dust, the way a shopkeeper bows lower to a man with a gold ring, the way a beggar creates a wide berth for a priest. It is a theater, a vast open-air performance where everyone is memorizing their lines and terrified of missing a cue. He finds himself drifting towards the agora, the central marketplace and civic center, the brain and stomach of Athens. Here, the contrast between the marble and the shadows is most stark. On one side stand the great stoas, covered walkways with rows of columns where philosophers teach and merchants display their finest wares. Imported silks, intricate pottery, silver mirrors that reflect the vanity of the buyer. The columns are cool and straight, geometric perfection imposed on a chaotic world. On the other side, in the shadows cast by these monuments, are the forgotten. He sees men sleeping in doorways, dogs fighting over scraps of gristle, and the sick waiting for a charity that rarely comes. The rich walk in the sunlight, their voices loud and confident, discussing politics, the nature of justice, and the latest plays by Aristophanes. The poor crouch in the shade, silent and invisible. Diogenes realizes with a jolt that he belongs to the shadows now. He is invisible, and in that invisibility, he finds a secret power. The man in the sunlight must maintain his pose. He must suck in his stomach, speak with proper grammar, and worry about who is watching. The man in the shadow can slouch. He can scratch where it itches. He can watch the performance without having to buy a ticket. He stops near a public fountain house where water gushes from the mouths of stone lions into a wide basin. The sound of the water is cool and musical, a lullaby in the heat of the afternoon. He is thirsty, parched from the walk, but he hesitates. He watches a group of young men, students perhaps, from the academy or the lyceum, filling their elegant clay cups. They are laughing, debating the definition of the good, their skin oiled and perfumed, their hair curled in the latest style. They look at Diogenes, dusty, unshaven, his clothes stained with salt, and their laughter falters for a second. They look through him, not at him, their eyes sliding off his poverty, as if he were a smudge on a painting that they can simply choose to ignore. One of them makes a joke, something witty about the barbarians at the gate, and they move on, their voices trailing away like smoke. Diogenes steps forward to the basin. He does not have a cup. He has not yet learned the lesson of the child he will see later. So he lightly cups his hands or lowers his face directly to the spout, drinking the same water the aristocrats drank, but without the ceramic vessel. It tastes sweet, cold, and free. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, He leans against the warm stone of a nearby wall and simply watches the city churn. He sees the circle of squander in motion. Men working jobs they despise to earn coins. They don't need to buy things that will break, all to impress people they do not respect. It is a fever dream of anxiety. He sees a merchant screaming at a slave for dropping a jar of oil, his face purple with rage, his happiness entirely dependent on the integrity of a clay pot. If the pot breaks, the man breaks. Diogenes touches his own chest. He has nothing. If he falls, nothing breaks but a bruise. If he is robbed, the thief will find only dust. A strange, light feeling settles in his stomach. Not hunger, but a kind of giddy emptiness. He is in the center of the world, the city of wisdom, the city of Athena, and he realizes that for all their marble and geometry, for all their logic and rhetoric, they have built a cage and locked themselves inside it. The sun begins to dip lower, casting long, stretching shadows across the agora, turning the white columns to gold and then to violet. The air cools. The noise softens slightly as the market closes. Somewhere in this city is a man named Antisthenes, a man who carries a staff and speaks of virtue. Diogenes pushes himself off the wall. He is ready to find the one man who might understand the joke, to find the man who would teach him how to be a dog. Diogenes had to leave the polished marble of the city center and walk towards the outskirts, to a place where the social fabric of Athens began to fray and unravel into something rougher, wilder, and more honest. He headed for the Cynicism, a gymnasium situated just outside the city walls, a place dedicated to Heracles, the demigod of labor and strength, but known colloquially as the gathering place for the nothoi, the bastards, the children of mixed parentage, those who, like Diogenes, did not fit the pure-blooded definition of an Athenian citizen. The walk takes him away from the fragrant perfumes of the agora and into a landscape of dry scrub and beaten earth, where the air smells of crushed thyme and the sharp, salty tang of old sweat. The Cynicism is not a place of leisure. It is a place of effort. Young men with no inheritance to rely on are there, wrestling in the dirt, their bodies slick with oil and dust, training to prove with their muscles what they cannot prove with their lineage. It is here, amidst the grunts of exertion and the dull thud of bodies hitting the ground, that Diogenes spots him, Antisthenes. He is an old man now, perhaps in his 60s, with a beard that looks like a tangle of grey wire and a cloak that has seen too many winters. He does not look like a philosopher. He looks like a ruin. Antisthenes had once been part of the inner circle of Socrates, standing there when the hemlock was drunk, watching the wisest man in Athens die because the city could not handle the truth. That trauma has calcified him. He has turned his back on the refined debates of the academy, where Plato spins elegant theories about the forms. Antisthenes prefers the dirt. He carries a staff, a heavy stick of knotted olive wood, not merely as a walking aid, but as a weapon and a symbol of his authority over his own space. He is shouting at a group of students who are trying to ask him questions, waving them away like flies. Virtue is weapon enough, he barks, his voice gravelly and cracked. Go away, I have nothing to sell you. Diogenes stops and watches, fascinated. In Sinope, teachers begged for students. Here was a man begging to be left alone. It was the most intriguing thing he had ever seen. Diogenes approaches, tentative at first, like a stray animal testing the perimeter of a campfire. He sits at a distance, listening to Antisthenes rant about the softness of the Athenians, about how pleasure is a treacherous mistress that should be driven mad. The old man's philosophy is hard, stripped of all ornamentation. He teaches that pain is good because it wakes you up, that poverty is a blessing because it frees you from anxiety, and that the only true nobility is the nobility of the soul. Every word lands in Diogenes' mind like a spark in dry tinder. This is what he had felt on the ship. This is what he had felt when he threw away the coin. He moves closer. Antisthenes notices him, this ragged, intense stranger with the burning eyes, and scowls. "I told you, I want no students," Antisthenes growls, turning his back. Diogenes follows. The next day, he is there again, and the next. He becomes a shadow, a silent, stubborn presence that refuses to be discouraged by insults or indifference. It becomes a dark comedy of persistence. Antisthenes walks left. Diogenes walks left. Antisthenes stops to eat a crust of bread, and Diogenes sits 10 paces away, watching him chew with reverent attention. The old philosopher is annoyed. He has spent years trying to drive people away, constructing a persona so prickly that only the truly desperate would approach him. And now he has found someone who seems immune to his thorns. One afternoon, the tension snaps. Antisthenes, pushed to the limit of his patience by this silent stalker, spins around and raises his staff. The wood hisses through the air, a genuine threat of violence. The wrestling in the gymnasium pit stops. The young men freeze, waiting to see the beggar beat the exile. A normal man would flinch. A normal man would raise his hands to protect his face or turn and run back to the safety of the city. But Diogenes does not move. He does not flinch. He looks at the heavy knot of wood hovering above his skull, and then he looks into the angry, tired eyes of the old man. Slowly, deliberately, Diogenes lowers his head, exposing his neck, offering himself up to the blow. It is a moment of total vulnerability, a physical manifestation of his surrender to the truth he seeks. He speaks then, his voice calm and steady, cutting through the silence of the gymnasium. "Strike," he says, the word hanging in the hot afternoon air. "For you will find no wood hard enough to keep me away from you, so long as I think you have something to say." The staff quivers in Antisthenes' hand. The violence drains out of the moment, replaced by a sudden, heavy recognition. The old teacher looks at the young exile and realizes he has been outmaneuvered. He cannot beat a man who does not fear pain. He cannot reject a man who has no pride to wound. Historians and scholars still debate whether this meeting actually happened in this way, or indeed, if it happened at all. Some timelines suggest that Antisthenes may have died before Diogenes arrived in Athens, making this a philosophical genealogy rather than a literal historical event. Yet, the story persists because it is thematically essential. It is the moment the torch was passed, not with a handshake, but with a threat. It represents the transition from the Socratic method of questioning to the Cynic method of endurance. Whether in flesh or in spirit, Antisthenes lowered his staff. He grunted, perhaps impressed despite himself, and turned to walk away, but this time he did not shout, "Go away." He simply let the younger man follow. And follow he did. Diogenes became the shadow that Antisthenes could not shake, absorbing the old man's bitterness and refining it into something sharper. Antisthenes taught that one should not need a house, Diogenes would take that literally. Antisthenes taught that one should not rely on the state. Diogenes would mock the state to its face. The teacher was a man who opened the door to the cold wind of reality, but the student was the one who decided to step outside and live in the storm. They made a strange pair walking through the dusty streets of Athens, the grumpy old master and the fanatical apprentice, arguing, shouting, laughing at the absurdity of the citizens around them. Diogenes learned to watch the world through Antisthenes' eyes. He learned that the Cynosarges gymnasium was named for a white dog, Kion Argos, that had once snatched a sacrifice, and the association with the dog began to take root in his mind. The dog is the ultimate realist. It eats when hungry, sleeps when tired, barks at enemies, and wags its tail at friends, regardless of their social standing. It performs its natural functions in public without shame. It guards the house, but owns nothing. Antisthenes had opened the path, but he still wore a tunic. He still lived in a house, however humble. Diogenes looked at the staff, the symbol of the wandering beggar philosopher, and realized that to truly learn the lesson, he had to become the lesson. He had to shed the last remnants of his humanity, or rather, what society called humanity, and find the animal beneath. The staff was no longer a weapon to be feared. It was a walking stick for the long, hard road of truth. The sun sets over the gymnasium, casting long shadows across the wrestling pit, and the two figures walk back toward the city. The old man limping slightly, the young man matching his stride, the silence between them no longer hostile, but filled with the quiet understanding of two soldiers who have decided to fight the same impossible war against the world's illusions. To understand the transformation of Diogenes, you must first understand the dog of ancient Athens, not the pampered pet of the modern household, groomed and fed from a ceramic bowl, but the street cur, the scavenger, the creature that exists on the periphery of human vision. These animals are the ghosts of the city, trotting through the marketplace with a singular focused intent, ignoring the grand speeches of the orators and the pompous parades of the priests. Diogenes watches them. He sits on a cold stone bench near the stoa of Zeus, his eyes tracking a mange-bitten hound as it navigates the crowd. The dog does not care that the man it just trotted past is a wealthy archon. It does not worry that its coat is dirty. It does not feel shame when it lifts its leg against a marble column. It is entirely, perfectly itself. It lives in the eternal present, unburdened by the regret of yesterday or the anxiety of tomorrow. And in that ragged, flea-bitten creature, Diogenes sees a master far more advanced than any philosopher in the academy. He realizes that civilization is essentially a complex system of embarrassment, a game where everyone agrees to hide their true nature behind walls, robes, and polite phrases. To become free, he decides, he must stop being a man and become the dog. The first step is the shedding of the costume. In Athens, a man's clothes are his biography. The quality of the wool, the dye, the drape of the hymation tells the world his rank, his wealth, and his family line. Diogenes looks at his own tunic, already worn and fraying, and decides it is still too much, still too complicated. He adopts the tribon, a garment that will become the uniform of the Cynic movement for centuries to come. It is a simple piece of rough grey wool, scratchy and unyielding, smelling faintly of the sheep it came from. He does not wear a tunic underneath. He folds the cloak in a specific way, doubling it over, so that it serves as both his shirt and his coat, his daywear and his blanket. It is an architectural marvel of minimalism. When he wraps it around his shoulders, the coarse fabric biting into his skin, he feels a sudden, sharp clarity. He has just eliminated the need for a wardrobe, for a laundry slave, for a tailor. He carries his house on his back. Next, he picks up the staff, the backed iron, not merely as a weapon now, but as a third leg, a stabilizer for the rough terrain of his new life. He slings a wallet or para over his shoulder, a simple leather sack to hold the scraps of food he will scavenge. This is the trinity of the cynic: the cloak, the staff, the wallet. With these three items, he declares war on the economy of Athens. He walks into the agora, not as a customer, but as a disruption. The transformation is psychological as much as physical. He begins to practice anaidia, shamelessness. It is a difficult art. The first time he sits on the ground, in the middle of the marketplace, to eat a handful of olives, his heart lightly hammers against his ribs. In Greek culture, eating in public is a taboo, something done only during festivals or by the lowest of the low. Polite society eats behind closed doors. To eat in the open is to admit you are an animal. Diogenes pops an olive into his mouth, spits the pit onto the cobblestones, and looks up at the shocked faces passing by. He forces himself to chew slowly. He forces himself to hold their gaze. He is breaking the invisible glass that separates the civilized from the savage, and with every bite, the fear recedes. He realizes that their shock is not his problem. It is theirs. They are shocked because they are trapped in a rule he has just realized is imaginary. The insults come quickly. Dog, someone shouts. Cur. Filthy animal. In the beginning, perhaps, it stings. But Diogenes takes the insult, turns it over in his mind, and finds it to be a compliment. He leans into it. When a group of wealthy men at a banquet throw bones at him as a joke, treating him like a stray who has wandered into the hall, he does not fly into a rage. He does not stand up and recite a poem about human dignity. Instead, he crawls over to them, lifts his leg, and urinates on their expensive cloaks. The room erupts in chaos, screaming, cursing, the spilling of wine. But Diogenes stands calm in the center of the storm. If they treat him like a dog, he will give them the dog. It is a brutal, physical satire. He is showing them the mirror of their own cruelty. You call me a dog to demean me, but when I act like one, you are horrified. Make up your minds. It is a performance art of the highest order, terrifying and hilarious in equal measure. Scholars have long debated the etymological origins of the term cynic. Some argue it stems directly from the gymnasium cynossages, where he first listened to Antisthenes, linking the philosophy to a place. Others, perhaps more poetically, insist it comes purely from the Greek word kion, dog, a nickname Diogenes earned and embraced. It is a chicken or the egg debate that historians circle endlessly. But for Diogenes, the origin matters less than the function. The dog becomes his persona, his shield, and his sword. He develops a bite, a sharp, witty retort for anyone who tries to patronize him. When asked what kind of dog he is, he replies with a grin that shows his teeth. When I am hungry, I am a Maltese, fawning and friendly. When I am full, I am a Molossian, fierce and dangerous. He is warning them, I am not a pet. I am a force of nature. He begins to beg, but even his begging is a lesson. He does not plead, he commands. He approaches a man who is known to be stingy and says, If you have given to others, give to me also. If you have not, then start with me. He turns the act of charity into a test of the giver's character. He creates a situation where the rich man feels awkward refusing, not because he pities Diogenes, but because Diogenes has made him feel small. One day, he is seen begging from a statue. A passerby, amused and confused, asks him, "Diogenes, why do you beg from stone? It cannot hear you." Diogenes does not look up, continuing to hold his hand out to the cold marble face. "I am practicing," he murmurs. "Practicing what?" the man asks. "I am practicing being rejected," Diogenes says, "so that when real men refuse me, I will not feel the pain." It is a moment of profound, quiet sadness wrapped in wisdom. He is hardening his heart, building calluses over his emotions, just as the road builds calluses on his feet. He knows the world will be cruel, so he inoculates himself with small doses of indifference. The seasons change, and the dog remains in the street. The summer sun bleaches his hair and turns his skin the color of old leather. The winter rains soak his wool cloak, making it heavy and smelling of wet animal. But he does not seek shelter in the houses of men. He finds porches, overhangs, the lees of temples. He learns that the body is capable of enduring far more than the mind believes. He learns that the warmth of the sun in the morning is a luxury no money can buy, and it is free. He watches the Athenians rushing past, their brows furrowed with worry over lawsuits, shipping lanes, and political appointments, and he feels a strange, light buoyancy. He has fallen to the bottom of the social ladder and found that the ground is solid. He cannot fall any further. There is no status to lose, no reputation to ruin. He is the dog of Athens, the guardian of reality, barking at the ghosts of pride. And as the twilight settles over the city, turning the white marble to grey, he curls up in a corner of the agora, pulls his rough cloak over his head, and sleeps a sleep deeper and more peaceful than any archon in his soft, anxious bed. The Athenian autumn is a deceptive season. It lingers with the warmth of summer, fooling the olive trees and the tourists, until suddenly the wind shifts to the north, blowing down from the mountains of Thrace, carrying a biting chill that penetrates even the thickest wool. Diogenes feels this shift in his bones. The stone benches of the agora, once pleasantly cool, now leach the heat from his body, and the porticos, while dry, are drafty tunnels for the night wind. He realizes that while a dog can curl up in a doorway, a man, even a man trying to be a dog, needs something slightly more substantial than a cloak to survive the coming winter. He is not seeking comfort, he is seeking survival. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but consistent with his character, that he initially wrote to a friend asking him to purchase a small cottage or a simple room for him. He waits and waits. The friend, perhaps busy with his own affairs, or perhaps hesitating to enable Diogenes' downward spiral, delays. Diogenes, pacing the agora with the impatience of a man who has no time for bureaucracy, decides that waiting for a house is a form of slavery. If you wait for walls, the walls own you before they are even built. He looks around the marketplace, his eyes scanning not for architecture but for opportunity, for debris, for the discarded husks of the city. And there, in the precinct of the Metroon, the temple of the Mother of the Gods, he finds it. It is not a house. It is a pithos. To the modern mind, the word barrel is often used to describe Diogenes' home, a mistranslation that has persisted through centuries of medieval art where painters, unfamiliar with ancient Greek storage vessels, depicted him sitting in a wooden cask bound with iron hoops. But the Greeks of the 4th century BCE did not use wooden barrels for storage. They used massive ceramic jars, fired from clay, thick-walled and heavy, used to store grain, oil, or wine. This particular jar is huge, large enough to hold a grown man, likely cracked or discarded by the temple priests, lying on its side like a beached whale of terracotta. Diogenes walks around it. He taps it with his staff. Thunk, thunk. It sounds solid. It smells faintly of ancient olive oil and earth. It is a womb of clay. It is a fortress that costs nothing. It is perfect. Without a moment's hesitation, without asking a priest or a magistrate for a permit, he crawls inside. The sensation is immediate and encompassing. The curved walls reflect his own body heat back at him, creating a pocket of still, warm air. The acoustics are strange. The noise of the city outside is muffled, turned into a distant oceanic roar, while his own breath sounds loud and close, an intimate rhythm in the semi-darkness. He turns around, looking out through the circular mouth of the jar. The view is a perfect circle of the world, a patch of sky, the corner of a temple, the passing feet of the Athenians. He has framed reality. He has created a window that he can control. If the wind blows from the north, he can simply roll the jar a few inches to face the south. If the sun moves, he moves his house. It is the ultimate mobile home, a shell like that of a snail, which he can inhabit, but which does not tether him to a plot of land. The sight of a man living in a jar in the middle of a religious sanctuary is naturally a sensation. The Athenians, who pride themselves on their sophisticated urban planning, their distinct zones for commerce, worship, and residence, are baffled. Children gather first, peering into the dark mouth of the pythos, daring each other to throw a pebble. Diogenes barks at them, a sharp, sudden sound that sends them scattering in delightful terror. Then the adults come. They stare. They whisper. Is he mad? Is this a religious vow? Is he waiting for the wine to be poured? Diogenes watches them from his clay cave, his eyes glinting with amusement. He sees their confusion as a victory. By living in a jar, he has turned his private life into a public performance, erasing the line between the domestic and the civic. He sleeps where they vote. He eats where they pray. He has become a permanent, unavoidable glitch in the city's operating system. Historians and archaeologists note that the Metroon was not just a temple. It also housed the city's official archives. There is a delicious irony here that Diogenes would surely have appreciated. The man who rejected all written laws and official records chose to live in the trash heap of the very building that stored them. He is the marginalia in the text of Athens, the footnote that questions the entire page, while the scribes inside the Metroon are busy recording decrees and treaties on papyrus, trying to freeze time and control the future. Diogenes is outside in his broken pot, demonstrating that the only time is now, and the only law is nature. Living in the jar requires a new set of physical disciplines. The ceramic is hard and unforgiving. There is no mattress, no pillow. He learns to sleep on his side, curled tightly to preserve heat, his cloak bunched under his head. He learns to wake with the sun, for the jar offers no artificial light. He learns the intimacy of the spider that weaves its web in the curve of the rim, a fellow squatter whom he treats with a respectful nod. We are both catching what comes to us, he might say to the arachnid. But there is also a profound vulnerability. He is exposed to anyone who wants to hurt him. A drunkard could roll the jar over. A malicious youth could smash it. Yet, this vulnerability is his armor. By showing he has nothing to protect, no locks, no doors, no guards, he renders himself unrobbable. You cannot burgle a man who lives in a broken pot. One morning, a young man, perhaps a student of Plato, stops by the jar, looking down with a mixture of pity and disgust. Diogenes, he says, if you would only learn to flatter the king, you would not have to live in a jar. Diogenes looks up, shielding his eyes from the morning glare. He is eating a breakfast of lentils, cold and plain. And you, he replies, his voice echoing slightly from the depths of the ceramic. If you would only learn to eat lentils, you would not have to flatter the king. It is a retort that cuts to the bone of the cynic philosophy. The jar is not a prison of poverty. It is a fortress of independence. The young man in the fine tunic, it's the one in the cage of social expectation, of political maneuvering, of the constant, exhausting need to please others to maintain his lifestyle. Diogenes in his pot is the only free man in Athens. As winter deepens, the jar becomes a test of endurance. Frost forms on the rim. The clay becomes icy to the touch. Diogenes shivers, his teeth chattering in the dark, but he does not leave. He trains his body to generate heat, shivering as a form of exercise. He wraps his feet in rags. He becomes a master of microclimates, shifting his position to catch the last ray of the fading sun. There is a grim humor in it too. When it rains, he might have to bail out his living room with his cup, until he throws the cup away, of course. But there is also a strange beauty. He sees the stars framed by the circle of his door, a personal planetarium. He hears the rain drumming on the curved exterior, a chaotic music that lulls him to sleep. He is closer to the earth than any king in his palace. The jar is a seed, and he is the kernel inside, waiting, enduring, proving that a human being needs almost nothing to remain human. The Athenians eventually stop staring and start accepting him as a landmark. Meet me by the Stoa, they say, just past the crazy man in the jar. He has become part of the geography, a living monument to the idea that you can lose everything and still be home. The sun over Athens is not merely a source of light. In the height of summer, it is a physical weight, a heavy golden blanket that presses down on the rooftops and turns the dust of the agora into a shimmering haze of heat. It is noon, the hour when shadows hide beneath the soles of feet and the cicadas scream their static chorus from the olive trees, a sound that vibrates in the teeth. Diogenes is thirsty. It is a simple, primal need that overrides all philosophy. He moves towards the public fountain, the same one he visited upon his arrival. But he moves slower now, his body leaner, his skin darker, his feet calloused against the scorching stones. He reaches into his parah, his leather wallet, and withdraws his most prized, and perhaps only, possession, a wooden cup. It is a simple thing, carved from olive wood, polished smooth by the oils of his hands and the friction of his journey. It is functional, durable, and in the eyes of a man who lives in a jar, it is a necessity. It is the tool that separates him from the beast. The beast laps water with its tongue, but the man uses a vessel. The cup is civilization in its most basic form. He dips it into the cool, rushing water, watching the liquid fill the hollow, the wood darkening with moisture. He drinks. The water is sweet, a cold shock against the heat of the day. He wipes his mouth, satisfied, feeling the small, comforting weight of the cup in his palm. It is a good cup. It does its job. Then he sees the child. He is a small boy, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, a street urchin with tangled hair and a tunic that has seen better days. Or perhaps no tunic at all. The boy is not looking at Diogenes. He is not looking at the philosophers debating in the shade of the painted stoa. He is focused entirely on the water. He runs up to the fountain, breathless from play, his face flushed with heat. He does not search for a cup. He does not look around for a servant to help him. In one fluid, unthinking motion, the boy clamps his hands together, fingers tight against fingers, forming a small fleshy bowl. He plunges his hands into the stream, brings them to his lips, and drinks loudly, slurping the water with a joyful, animal efficiency. Water drips down his chin, splashing onto his bare chest, and he laughs, shaking his head like a wet dog, before running off back into the crowd, leaving nothing behind but a few wet footprints on the dry stone. Diogenes stands frozen. The water in his own stomach suddenly feels heavy. He looks at the wooden cup in his hand. A moment ago, it was a necessity. Now, in the harsh light of the boy's example, it looks like luggage. It looks like a crutch. He realizes, with a jolt of humorous despair, that a child has defeated him. He, the great philosopher of simplicity, the man who lectures Antisthenes on endurance, is still carrying around a piece of dead wood because he forgot that he was born with 2 cups attached to his wrists. The realization is sharp and instant. The cup is not a tool, it is a middleman. It is an object that stands between him and nature, a barrier that requires care, requires carrying, requires worry. If he loses the cup, he is inconvenienced. If he breaks it, he is annoyed. But the boy cannot lose his hands. The boy carries no weight. A child has beaten me in plainness of living, Diogenes exclaims aloud, his voice cracking with a mix of laughter and self-admonishment. The people nearby stop and stare, accustomed to his outbursts, but always curious about the cause. They watch as the madman from the jar raises his hand. He does not hesitate. He does not set the cup down gently for someone else to find. He throws it. He hurls the wooden vessel against the stone pavement with all his strength. Crack. The wood splinters, skipping across the cobblestones, coming to rest in the gutter. The sound is small in the noisy market, but for Diogenes, it is the sound of a chain breaking. He stares at the broken pieces, waiting for a sense of loss, but he feels only a sudden helium lightness in his chest. One less thing to carry, one less thing to lose, one less thing to define him. Historians and later biographers, such as Diogenes Laertius, expand on this moment, suggesting it was not an isolated incident, but part of a systematic purging of his inventory. They tell of a similar event involving a bowl. Diogenes, having discarded the cup, still carried a shallow wooden bowl for his lentils and gruel. But then, days or weeks later, he saw another child, or perhaps a beggar, who had hollowed out a large loaf of bread and was using the crust itself to hold his stew. When the stew was finished, the man ate the bowl. Diogenes, witnessing this edible efficiency, looked at his own wooden bowl with disdain. "Fool," he muttered to himself, "I have been carrying a useless weight." And the bowl followed the cup, smashed against the ground. It is a story that pushes the boundaries of minimalism to the absolute edge. To eat off the ground is one thing. to make the food its own container, is a stroke of genius. This rejection of the cup is more than just a lifestyle choice. It is a radical philosophical statement about the nature of technology and dependency. In the modern world, we are surrounded by cups, cars, phones, houses, careers, structures we build to hold our lives, convinced they are essential. We spend our lives polishing the cup, insuring the cup, worrying that the cup might be stolen, forgetting that the water tastes just as sweet from our hands. Diogenes is asking us to look at our own inventory. What are we carrying that we don't need? What necessities are actually just habits? He looks at his empty hands, flexes his fingers, and smiles. They are enough. They have always been enough. The crowd in the agora, however, is less impressed by the philosophy and more confused by the waste. A merchant, watching the cup shatter, shakes his head. That was a good piece of olive wood, he grumbles. It could have sold for 2 obols. Diogenes turns on him, his eyes blazing. And the worry of owning it cost me my peace, he barks. You count the cost of the wood, but you do not count the cost of the burden. The merchant hurries away, unnerved by the logic that treats value as a negative. Diogenes is reversing the economic laws of Athens. To him, wealth is not the accumulation of goods, but the subtraction of needs. The richest man is not the one who has the most, but the one who needs the least. By destroying the cup, he has just become richer. He walks back toward his jar, his hands swinging free at his sides. He feels the air moving between his fingers. It is a small sensation, but a new one. He stops at the fountain again, just to test the theory. He leans over, cups his hands, and drinks. It is messy. Water spills down his beard. It is undignified by the standards of the symposium. But as the cool water hits his tongue, he tastes something else. He tastes the metal-free, wood-free, unadulterated flavor of direct experience. He is touching the world without a glove. He wipes his wet hands on his rough cloak and laughs again, a sound that startles a pigeon into flight. The sun is still hot, the dust is still thick, but the load is lighter. He is one step closer to the sun, one step closer to the dog, one step closer to the perfect, terrifying freedom of having absolutely nothing to lose. The noon sun over Athens is a revelation of truth in its own right, a harsh vertical light that banishes all shadows and leaves nothing to the imagination. It reflects off the white marble of the Stoa of Attalos with a brilliance that forces the citizens to squint, turning the marketplace into a cauldron of luminosity. It is the time of day when logic suggests one should seek shade, drink wine, and rest. But logic is a stranger to the man in the jar. Into this blinding brightness steps Diogenes, and in his hand he carries a lantern. It is not a symbolic prop. It is a real, functional oil lamp, its clay body warm, its wick trimmed, a small, stubborn flame dancing inside the housing. The flame is pathetic against the power of the sun, a pale, translucent flicker that is almost invisible in the wash of daylight. It is a candle trying to outshine a star. The visual absurdity is immediate and arresting. It is like seeing a man holding an umbrella in a drought, or shouting to be heard in an empty room. The market falls silent, the hum of commerce replaced by the rustle of confusion. The citizens of Athens, who pride themselves on their wit and their ability to solve riddles, stare at the philosopher and see only madness. He walks slowly, lifting the lantern high, peering into the faces of the passers-by with exaggerated theatricality. He thrusts the lamp into the face of a wealthy merchant, then a soldier, then a priest. He squints, as if he is stumbling through a pitch-black cavern rather than a sun-drenched square. The people recoil. There is something deeply unsettling about being examined this closely. The lamp is a spotlight, and under its scrutiny, the pores of their skin, the sweat on their brows, and the shifting uneasiness in their eyes become magnified. "What are you doing, Diogenes?" someone finally shouts, the question rippling through the crowd. "The sun is high. Are you blind?" Diogenes stops. He lowers the lamp slightly, but keeps it burning. He turns his gaze, piercing, unblinking, and entirely sane, upon the heckler. "I'm looking," he says, his voice cutting through the heat, "for a man. Here lies one of the most famous and frequently mistranslated lines in history. In the popular imagination, and indeed in many later retellings, Diogenes is said to be looking for an honest man. But the Greek texts, specifically the accounts by Diogenes Laertius, suggest he simply said, anthropos, a human being. The distinction is subtle but devastating. If he were looking for an honest man, he would be merely a moral critic complaining about corruption. But by saying he is looking for a human, he is making a far more radical claim, that the creatures walking around him, despite their 2 legs, their speech, and their expensive tunics, have not yet achieved the status of humanity. They are merely sketches of men, biological accidents, who have failed to cultivate the reason and virtue that define the species. He looks at the soldier and sees only a weapon. He looks at the merchant and sees only a calculator. He looks at the politician and sees only a mask. Where is the man? Where is the sovereign, self-sufficient, reasoning individual who owns his own soul? He moves through the crowd like a doctor searching for a pulse in a morgue. He approaches a group of Spartan warriors, men renowned for their toughness and discipline. Surely, here are men. Diogenes holds up his lamp. He inspects them. He shakes his head. "I see children," he might mutter, "playing at war." He approaches the philosophers of the academy, men who have memorized every argument of Socrates. He holds up the lamp. "I see echoes," he says. "I see mirrors reflecting other mirrors." The insult is total. He is telling them that their entire society, their culture, their wars, and their laws are nothing but a fancy dress party, a collective hallucination where everyone is pretending to be someone they are not. The lamp is the only real thing in the agora because it admits what it is, a small light in a vast darkness. The humor of the scene is physical and sharp. Imagine the slapstick quality of it. A ragged beggar chasing a dignified archon with a lamp, the archon trying to maintain his dignity while dodging a flame. It is the comedy of exposure. Diogenes is the court jester who doesn't work for the court. He is the fool who reveals the king's nakedness. But beneath the comedy, there is a profound melancholy. This is not just a stunt. It is a confession of loneliness. Diogenes is the only one of his kind, a species of one, searching desperately for a companion who understands the language of truth. He is Robinson Crusoe on an island of millions. Every face he looks into is a disappointment. Every pair of eyes he meets slides away in shame or anger. He is looking for a man in the same way a person in a nightmare looks for an exit. Historians and philologists often debate the context of this performance. Was it a specific response to Plato's definition of man, or was it a broader critique of the gender politics of Athens? The word Anthropos is gender neutral, unlike ana, which means a male. By using anthropos, Diogenes might have been suggesting that neither the men nor the women of Athens had reached their potential, or perhaps in his typically contrarian way, that the social definitions of gender were just another set of false robes to be discarded. He looks at a woman carrying water and sees a slave to duty. He looks at a man ruling the assembly and sees a slave to public opinion. Everyone is a slave to something, and if you are a slave, you are not fully human. The walk continues until the oil in the lamp begins to burn low. The flame flickers, struggling against the consumption of its fuel. Diogenes stops in the center of the square. He has found no one. The crowd has grown bored or hostile, the initial amusement fading into irritation. "Go back to your jar, dog," they shout. "There are plenty of men here." Diogenes blows out the lamp. A thin trail of gray smoke rises into the blinding sunlight, dissolving instantly. "I see plenty of people," he calls back, his voice weary but unbroken. "But I have yet to find a single human being." He turns and walks away, the extinguished lantern swinging by his side. The message hangs in the air long after he is gone. It is a ghost that haunts the Athenians as they go about their afternoon. The merchant pauses while counting his coins, wondering if he is just a counting machine. The soldier hesitates while polishing his sword, wondering if he is just a blade. For a brief, terrifying moment, the performance of Athens glitches. They feel the artificiality of their lives. They feel the absence of the anthropos within themselves. Diogenes has planted a seed of doubt that no amount of wine or rhetoric can wash away. He has shown them that it is possible to be surrounded by thousands of people and still be completely alone. Because true humanity is not a birthright. It is an achievement, and it is rare. The sun beats down, hot and indifferent, illuminating a city of ghosts who are suddenly, painfully aware that they might not be as real as they thought. If the agora is the stomach of Athens, churning with the raw biological needs of the city, then the academy is its brain, a cool, detached, and meticulously manicured grove of olive trees located just outside the city walls, where the air smells of parchment, ink, and the dry intellectual dust of high theory. Here, Plato holds court. He is not merely a teacher. He is an institution, a man who believes that the visible world is but a shadow of a higher, perfect reality known as the forms. To walk into the academy is to walk into a geometry problem. The paths are straight, the students speak in hushed, respectful tones, and the chaos of the market is strictly forbidden. It is a place of definitions, of categories, of putting the messy universe into neat, labeled boxes. On this particular afternoon, the lecture hall, or perhaps a shaded glade where the students gather on marble benches, is filled with the murmur of debate. The topic is the definition of the human being. It is a serious question. What separates us from the beasts? What is the essential nature of anthropos? Plato, standing in his robes, which drape with a suspiciously perfect symmetry, has arrived at a conclusion that satisfies his love for logical reduction. Man, he announces to his nodding disciples, is a featherless biped. It is an elegant definition. It relies on taxonomy. Birds are bipeds, two-footed, but they have feathers. Men are bipeds, but they are naked. Therefore, if you find a two-footed creature with no feathers, you have found a man. The logic seems airtight. The students scribble on their wax tablets. The definition is clean, scientific, and pleasingly abstract. It turns a human being into a formula. But formulas are fragile things when they collide with the rough edges of reality. While the applause for this definition is still rippling through the olive grove, a rustling is heard from the bushes. It is not the wind. It is a distinct, chaotic scratching sound, followed by the snapping of twigs. The students turn. Plato pauses, his brow furrowing. Out from the undergrowth steps Diogenes. He is, as always, a stark contrast to the groomed academics. His cloak is dusty, his hair is wild, and he carries the smell of the street into this sanctuary of the mind. But it is not his appearance that stops the breath in their throats. It is what he is holding, clutched in his hand, struggling and flapping its awkward bony wings, is a chicken. But not just any chicken. This bird has been plucked. Every feather has been stripped away, leaving its skin pale, goosebumped, and grotesquely naked. It is a shivering, pathetic, confused creature, a biological joke. Diogenes does not speak at first. He walks into the center of the lecture circle, the students parting before him, like water. He holds the bird high, gripping it by its scrawny legs. The chicken squawks, a harsh, ugly sound that shatters the refined atmosphere of the academy. Diogenes looks at Plato. He looks at the students. Then, with a grin that is both terrible and triumphant, he tosses the bird onto the ground in front of the great philosopher. The plucked chicken stumbles, regaining its balance, and takes a few uncertain steps on its two clawed feet, looking indistinguishable from a tiny, monstrous old man. "Behold," Diogenes roars, his voice booming off the marble columns, "I have brought you a man." The silence that follows is absolute. The perfect definition has just been murdered by a barnyard animal. The logic of featherless biped lies in ruins, pecked to death by the reality of the bird. The students look from the chicken to Plato, and then back to the chicken. The resemblance, in purely distinct terms, is undeniable. It has two legs. It has no feathers. According to the Academy, this shivering poultry is a human being. It is a moment of supreme philosophical slapstick, but the critique cuts deep. Diogenes is not just making a joke. He is attacking the very foundation of Platonic thought. He is showing that language is a trap. You can build the most beautiful, logical castle of words in the world, but if it doesn't account for the messiness of physical reality, a single plucked chicken can knock it down. Plato deals in the abstract. Diogenes deals in the concrete. Plato looks at the sky. Diogenes looks at the meat. This incident, recorded by Diogenes Laertius, highlights the fundamental tension between the two schools of thought. Historians and philosophers have long analyzed this rivalry, noting that while Plato sought to transcend the material world, Diogenes sought to inhabit it fully. For Diogenes, a definition that ignores the complexities of life is useless. He is demanding a philosophy that can survive contact with the ridiculous. He is telling them that man is not a category you can define with geometry. Man is a complex, contradictory, living thing that cannot be summed up by counting legs and checking for plumage. The reaction of Plato is a subject of much speculation. Some sources say he maintained his composure, ever the stoic aristocrat, refusing to let the dog see him sweat. Others suggest a flash of irritation, the annoyance of a mathematician whose chalkboard has been erased by a vandal. But the historical record provides a specific, bureaucratic response that is almost funnier than the incident itself. Plato, realizing his definition had been publicly humiliated, did not abandon it. Instead, he amended it. He added a footnote. Man, the Academy later declared, is a featherless biped with broad, flat nails. Diogenes must have laughed for days. The addition of broad, flat nails to distinguish humans from the claws of the chicken is a desperate defensive maneuver. It is the philosophical equivalent of putting a bandage on a severed limb. It misses the point entirely. Diogenes wasn't arguing about fingernails. He was arguing about the futility of trying to capture the essence of life in a net of words. By forcing Plato to get specific about fingernails, he forced the great idealist to look at the body, the gross, physical, anatomical body that he tried so hard to ignore. The chicken, presumably, wandered off into the olive groves, perhaps to live a short, cold life as the only man in the animal kingdom. Or perhaps it ended up in Diogenes' pot. Though given his respect for animals, one likes to think he might have fashioned it a tiny cloak, but the damage was done. The Academy was no longer a safe space for abstract thought. Every time a student looked at a diagram, they would remember the bird. Diogenes had infected the school with the virus of absurdity. He didn't stay to debate the finer points of the new definition. He didn't need to. He picked up his staff, wrapped his triband tighter around his shoulders, and walked back toward the city, leaving the intellectuals to measure their fingernails. As he walks back to the noise of Athens, the sun begins to set, casting long shadows through the trees. The encounter at the Academy reinforces his conviction that he is on the only true path. These men in their ivory towers are playing games. They are defining the world instead of living in it. They are obsessed with the map, while he is walking the territory. He thinks of the chicken, naked, vulnerable, ridiculous. Is that not a better image of man than any golden statue? We are all just plucked birds, shivering in the cold, pretending we have wings. Diogenes accepts his featherless state. He accepts his vulnerability. And in that acceptance, he finds a strength that no definition can touch. The wind picks up, rustling the leaves of the olive trees, sounding like the whispering of 1,000 ghosts arguing over words. But Diogenes just listens to the sound of his own feet on the hard, honest earth. Step, step, step. 2 feet, no feathers, and a heart that beats with the wild, undefined rhythm of life. The sun has finally vanished behind the western peaks of Mount Argaleo, leaving the sky a bruised purple that slowly deepens into the velvet black of true night. And with the darkness comes the closing of the gates. In ancient Athens, the setting of the sun is a political event as much as a celestial one. It is the moment when the city seals itself off from the wild, dangerous world outside. The heavy timber doors of the Dipylon Gate groan on their iron hinges, slamming shut with a dull, final thud that echoes through the streets, signaling that the definition of us is now secure against them. Inside the walls, the citizens feel safe, wrapped in the comforting blanket of their laws, their gods, and their shared identity. But Diogenes, sitting near the base of a statue of Hermes in the darkening agora, watches this ritual with a look of bemused pity. To him, the walls do not keep the danger out, they keep the madness in. He watches the city guards, the Scythian archers who serve as the police force, patrolling the perimeter, checking the tokens of those who try to enter late. It is a world obsessed with belonging. You are Athenian, or you are Spartan, or you are Corinthian, or you are a barbarian. Your value, your rights, your very soul is tethered to a patch of geography and a piece of paper. To be without a city, Apollis, is to be a ghost, a nonentity, a creature drifting in the void. And Diogenes, the exile from Sinope, is the ultimate ghost, a traveler, perhaps a merchant from Thebes waiting for the morning market, notices the philosopher sitting alone in the gathering chill. The traveler is homesick. He clutches his cloak and looks at the northern stars, thinking of his own city, his own walls. He looks at Diogenes, this man who sleeps in a jar and mocks kings, and feels a pang of curiosity mixed with sympathy. Diogenes, the man asks, his voice soft in the quiet square. You are far from the Black Sea. Do you not miss Sinope? Where do you belong? Of what city are you a citizen? It is a standard question, the ancient equivalent of asking to see a passport. The answer determines how the traveler should treat him, as a friend, an enemy, or a stranger. Diogenes looks up. The light from a nearby torch catches the whites of his eyes, which are clear and vast, reflecting the star-speckled dome above. He does not point north to Sinope. He does not point to the ground of Athens. He sweeps his hand upward, encompassing the horizon, the moon, the dark mountains, and the invisible ocean beyond. I am, he says, pronouncing the word with a deliberate, vibrating resonance, cosmopolites, citizen of the cosmos. The word hangs in the air, shimmering and strange. It is a neologism, a linguistic invention that smashes two contradictory concepts together. Polites implies a specific, local allegiance to a city-state, a polis. Cosmos implies the entire ordered universe. To claim citizenship of the universe is a paradox. It is like saying one is a neighbor of everywhere. The merchant stares at him, baffled. But the universe has no walls, he stammers. It has no laws. It has no army. Diogenes smiles, and in that smile is the dawn of a new consciousness. Precisely, he replies. The only true government is that of the universe. The only true laws are the laws of nature. Why should I pledge allegiance to this small pile of rocks called Athens, or that small pile of rocks called Sinope? Do the stars stop at the border? Does the sun ask permission to shine on Sparta? The world is one house, and we are all roommates. Yet you insist on drawing lines on the floor and fighting over who owns the corner. Scholars still debate the depth of Diogenes' intent with this phrase. Was it merely a clever retort to highlight his homelessness? A way of turning his exile into a badge of honor? Or was it the founding statement of Stoic cosmopolitanism? A radical moral claim that all human beings belong to a single community of reason. Most historians agree that while the Stoics later systematized the idea, Diogenes felt it in his gut. For him, it was not an abstract theory. It was a survival strategy. The city-state had rejected him. Sinope had cast him out. Athens tolerated him only as a curiosity. If he accepted their rules, he was a failure. But if he rewrote the rules, if he expanded the map until the borders disappeared, then he was not an exile. He was the only one who was truly at home, because his home was everywhere. He looked at the frantic patriotism of the Greeks, the way they killed each other over shipping rights and border forts, and saw it as the fighting of ants over a crumb. My anthill is better than your anthill, he mocks softly, watching a group of soldiers march past. My queen is larger than your queen. It is all so small. It is all so temporary. This rejection of the polis is arguably his most dangerous idea. The ancient world is built on the collective. The individual is nothing without the state. Socrates chose to die rather than leave Athens because he could not imagine life outside its laws. Diogenes, however, breaks this psychological chain. He declares that a man's worth is internal, not external. He does not need a magistrate to tell him he is good. He needs only his own reason. He does not need a temple to find God. He has the sky. He tells the merchant, "You are a slave to Thebes. If Thebes falls, you fall. I am free. If Athens burns tomorrow, I will walk to Corinth. If Corinth burns, I will walk to the sea. I carry my citizenship in my chest, not in a box." The merchant shifts uncomfortably. The idea is terrifying. To be a citizen of the world is to have no protectors, no safety net. It is to stand naked under the stars and say, "I am enough." The sensory reality of this cosmopolitanism is not abstract for Diogenes. It is physical. He feels the wind that blows from Africa, carrying the scent of dust and spices, and knows it is the same wind that cools the brow of a Persian king. He eats figs that grew from the same earth that feeds the Spartans. He watches the seasons cycle with a regularity that no political decree can alter. He sees the circle of nature as the only legitimate empire. In the agora, surrounded by the monuments to Athenian glory, the statues of heroes, the trophies of war, he sees only vanity. These stones will crumble. The names of these generals will be forgotten. But the laws of hunger, gravity, and light will endure. He is aligning himself with the eternal, while they align themselves with the ephemeral. As the night deepens, the noise of the city fades, leaving only the barking of distant dogs and the chirping of crickets, creatures that, like him, recognize no borders. He lies back on the stone steps of the Stoa, wrapping his cloak tight against the chill. He is an alien in the city of Athens, a man with no legal standing, vulnerable to anyone who wishes him harm. Yet, as he looks up at the constellations wheeling overhead, Orion the hunter stalking the bull, he feels a profound sense of connection. He is not homeless. He has the largest home of all. The roof is studded with diamonds. The floor is the enduring earth. His fellow citizens are not just the Greeks, but the barbarians, the slaves, the animals, the plants. He closes his eyes, drifting towards sleep, and in the silence of his mind, the map of the world dissolves. There are no lines. There are no walls. There is only the vast, breathing cosmos, and he, the dog of Sinope, is its loyal, watchful guardian. The sea, which had once brought him to Athens as a refugee, now calls him back, not with the promise of a new home, but with the siren song of disaster. It is a strange impulse that leads a man who claims to need nothing to step onto a boat again. Perhaps he was traveling to Aegina, a nearby island, to visit friends or simply to test his philosophy against the unpredictability of the waves. Historians are divided on the exact timeline of this voyage. Some place it late in his life, suggesting he was an old man, withered and tough as cured leather, while others argue he was still in his prime, his body hardened by the years in the jar. Regardless of the date, the destination becomes irrelevant the moment the sails of the pirate fleet break the horizon like shark's fins cutting through the glassy water. These are not the clumsy merchant vessels he knows. These are lean, hungry ships, painted with eyes on their prows to hunt the weak. They belong to Scerberus, a pirate captain whose name is whispered in the taverns of the Mediterranean. like a curse. The Aegean, for all its beauty, is a lawless wilderness, and on this day, the blue water turns the color of iron. The attack is swift and brutal, a sensory overload of shouting, the cracking of timber, and the metallic ring of grappling hooks biting into the wood. The passengers on Diogenes' ship dissolve into panic. It is the same panic he saw in the storm years ago, but amplified by human malice. Men who were discussing the price of grain moments ago are now on their knees, weeping, offering ransoms they cannot pay, tearing their clothes in a performance of despair. The pirates swarm the deck, a wave of violence and stench, brandishing swords and ropes. They are professionals in the trade of human misery. They grab the women, they strike down the resistance, and they begin the grim work of sorting the cargo. And amidst this cacophony of terror, there sits Diogenes. He has not moved. He is likely eating a fig or a crust of bread, chewing with a deliberate, rhythmic calmness that is more unsettling than any scream. When a pirate looms over him, blocking the sun, sword raised, Diogenes looks up. He does not see a monster. He sees a man with a bad job. He offers the pirate a piece of his bread. The pirate, confused by this lack of fear, hesitates. In a world where fear is the currency of power, a man who refuses to be afraid is a glitch in the system. They chain him, of course. They bind his wrists with rough hemp that bites into his skin, and they drag him to the hold of their ship. But even as he is shoved into the darkness, stumbling over the weeping bodies of his fellow captives, Diogenes maintains an air of detached curiosity, as if he is merely embarking on an unexpected field trip. The hold of the pirate ship is a vision of hell, cramped, suffocating, smelling of bilge water, vomit, and terror. The other prisoners are paralyzed by the realization of their fate, slavery. To a Greek, slavery is a death worse than death. It is the erasure of the self, the loss of citizenship, the transformation from subject to object. They wail about their lost estates, their interrupted careers, their ruined lineages. Diogenes listens to them for a while, then sighs. "Why do you weep?" he might have asked, his voice cutting through the sobs. "Because you have lost your masters, or because you fear finding new ones." He stretches his legs as best he can in the chains. "I have lost nothing. I carry my freedom with me. You are weeping for things that never truly belong to you. The journey to Crete, the great slave market of the ancient world, is long and grueling. The pirates, Cerberus's men, are brutal taskmasters, offering meager rations and no comfort. But they soon notice something strange about the old man in the rags. He does not cower. In fact, he begins to critique them. When the food is served, a slop of boiled grain, Diogenes complains not about the quantity, but about the presentation. He scolds the guards for their lack of organization. "If you are going to sell us," he argues, "you should fatten us up. Who buys a starving horse? You are bad businessmen." It is a dark, audacious humor. He is managing his own captors. He treats the pirates not as terrifying overlords, but as incompetent servants who are failing to care for their investment. Slowly, the dynamic shifts. The guards stop kicking him. They start listening to him, perhaps even offering him an extra ladleful of water, not out of kindness, but out of a weird, grudging respect for the only man on the ship who isn't acting like a victim. There is a profound philosophical point being made in the damp, rocking darkness of the ship's hold. Diogenes is proving the Stoic concept, before Stoicism fully existed, that a man is only a prisoner if he accepts the mind of a prisoner. The chains bind his hands, yes, but they cannot bind his judgment. He looks at the iron cuffs and sees just metal. He looks at the pirates and sees just men. By refusing to grant them authority over his soul, he remains free. He sleeps soundly, the rhythm of the waves lulling him into dreams, while the wealthy merchant next to him stares wide-eyed into the dark, tortured by the memory of his gold. Diogenes has no gold to remember. He has no estate to mourn. He is light. He is buoyant. One night, Cerberus himself descends into the hold, perhaps curious about the mad prisoner his men are talking about. The pirate captain is a man used to trembling obedience. He stands before Diogenes, expecting pleading. Diogenes looks at him, eyes adjusting to the lantern light. "You have a hole in your tunic," Diogenes observes. "And you walk with a limp? Your profession pays poorly in health, does it not?" Cerberus is taken aback. He laughs, a harsh barking sound. "You are bold for a man who is about to be sold for a few drachmas," the pirate sneers. "I am not the one being sold," Diogenes replies calmly. "I am the one who is traveling. You are the one who is stuck on this ship, chasing ghosts of silver." It is a verbal duel, and though Cerberus holds the sword, Diogenes holds the truth. The pirate leaves, unsettled, feeling the same strange inadequacy that the rich men of Athens felt. This prisoner is dangerous, not because he is strong, but because he is complete. As the coastline of Crete appears, a jagged line of white cliffs rising from the sea, the mood in the hold shifts from despair to a terrified anticipation. They are approaching the auction block. The prisoners try to clean themselves, to pinch their cheeks to bring back color, desperate to look valuable so they might be bought by a kind master, rather than sent to the silver mines. Diogenes does nothing. He sits in his filth, comfortable and composed. He is not a product to be polished. He is a challenge to be met. He watches the sun glinting off the water, the same sun that shone on his jar, the same sun that shone on the mint in Sinope. It is all the same world. The location changes, the status changes, but the sun remains. The ship docks. The noise of the port is deafening, a babble of languages, the cracking of whips, the shouting of auctioneers. The prisoners are herded up the gangplank, blinded by the sudden light, their legs weak from the voyage. They are prodded into lines, inspected like cattle. Diogenes walks with his head high, dragging his chains with a nonchalant clatter. He looks at the crowd of buyers, wealthy Cretans, agents for Roman senators, farmers looking for strong backs. And he does not see masters. He sees students. He sees a market full of people who think they can own another human being, and he prepares to teach them their greatest lesson yet. He is about to turn the auction block into a podium. The dog has arrived in Crete, and he is about to bark at the buyers. The slave market of Crete is a theater of human livestock, a place where the dignity of the soul is weighed against the utility of the flesh. The sun beats down on the auction block, a raised platform of wood that creaks under the weight of the merchandise, and the air is thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, livestock manure, and the sharp coppery tang of fear. The noise is a relentless assault, a babble of languages, the cracking of whips, the haggling of merchants, and the low, mournful weeping of those who are about to be severed from their pasts forever. Buyers from all over the Mediterranean prowl the edges of the crowd, their eyes scanning for muscle, for beauty, for specialized skills. They are looking for cooks, for field hands, for concubines, for tutors. They are shopping for human tools. Into this chaotic, swirling vortex steps Diogenes, or rather, he is shoved. He stumbles onto the platform, the chains at his ankles clanking a dull, heavy rhythm. He looks nothing like a valuable investment. He is older now, his skin weathered to the texture of bark, his hair a wild grey mane, his body lean and sinewy, but lacking the brute bulk of a labourer. He stands there in his rags, blinking against the glare, looking out at the sea of faces, not with the eyes of a victim, but with the eyes of a judge. The herald, a man with a booming voice and a face shiny with sweat, steps forward to introduce the lot. He is used to embellishing the truth, describing a sickly man as restful or a stubborn one as spirited. But with Diogenes, he pauses. What can he say about this wreckage of a man? He looks at the prisoner with a mix of pity and annoyance. "You there," the herald shouts, trying to drown out the noise of the crowd. "What do you do? What are you good for? Can you cook? Can you till the earth? Speak up, old man, if you want to eat tonight." The crowd quiets down slightly, expecting a mumbled plea or a sullen silence. The other slaves on the block hang their heads, shrinking away from the attention. Diogenes, however, straightens his spine. He lifts his chin, he looks the herald in the eye, and then sweeps his gaze across the assembly of wealthy buyers. "I can rule men," he announces. His voice is not loud, but it has a peculiar carrying quality, a resonance born of decades of speaking over the wind in the agora. The statement hangs in the hot air, absurd and electric. "I know how to govern people," he continues. "So, herald, ask the crowd, who among them wishes to purchase a master?" A ripple of laughter moves through the buyers, but it is a nervous laughter. The herald stares at him, jaw slack. "A master," he sputters. "You are a slave. You are here to serve, not to rule." But Diogenes ignores him. He is scanning the crowd, looking for a specific kind of face. He is not looking for the cruelest man or the richest man. He is looking for a man who appears burdened by his own luxury. And then he points. His finger, gnarled and accusatory, extends toward a man in the front row. The crowd parts, following the line of his gesture. The man he has singled out is Zenides, a wealthy Corinthian merchant wearing a tunic of expensive purple dye, adorned with gold rings, his face etched with the subtle lines of stress that come from managing a vast estate. Zenides looks around, startled, realizing he is the target of the slave's attention. "Sell me to that man," Diogenes commands the herald, his voice steady and absolute. He has the look of someone who needs a master. The reversal is total. In one sentence, Diogenes has flipped the entire logic of slavery on its head. He is suggesting that Zenides, despite his wealth and freedom, is the one who is lost, the one who lacks direction, the one who is enslaved by his own possessions and responsibilities. He implies that the master is actually a servant to his own life, and what he needs is not a laborer to do his bidding, but a philosopher to tell him how to live. Zenides stares up at the figure on the block. He should be insulted. He should be laughing. But there is something in Diogenes' eyes, a fierce, uncompromising intelligence that holds him fast. Perhaps Zenides is tired of sycophants. Perhaps he is bored with the endless accumulation of wealth. Or perhaps he simply recognizes in a flash of intuition that this is the most interesting thing that has ever happened to him. The herald, recovering his wits, turns to Zenides with a shrug. "The old fool is mad," he mutters, "but he is cheap. Will you take him?" Xeniades steps forward. He looks at Diogenes, really looks at him, and sees the strength beneath the rags. "I will buy him," Xeniades says. The coins change hands, a small sum likely, for a slave with no useful skills, and the chains are struck from Diogenes' wrists. The transaction is complete. Xeniades has bought a slave, but in reality, he has just hired a CEO for his soul. As they walk away from the market, leaving the noise and the stench behind, the dynamic is visibly strange. Diogenes does not walk behind Xeniades with his head bowed. He walks beside him, or perhaps even a step ahead, talking, gesturing, beginning the education immediately. "You have too many rings," he might say. "They make your hand heavy." Xeniades the master listens to the slave, the servant, and nods. Scholars and historians have long scrutinized this encounter with Xeniades. Some argue that Xeniades is a literary device, a convenient fiction invented by later biographers to explain how Diogenes moved from Athens to Corinth and to provide a setting for his later years. They point out that the name Xeniades is almost too perfect. It derives from xenos, meaning stranger or guest, suggesting he is the host of the stranger. Yet others argue that the story's persistence and detail suggest a core of historical truth. Whether Xeniades was a real individual or a composite figure, his role in the narrative is crucial. He represents the good, rich man, the one who is capable of recognizing wisdom even when it comes in the guise of poverty. He is the necessary foil to the cynic, the patron who provides the stage for the final act of Diogenes' life. The journey to Corinth is a transition from the wild independence of the street to the structured environment of a household. But Diogenes does not soften. He does not become a house pet. He enters Xeniades' home not as a servant, but as a resident consultant on reality. He takes charge of Xeniades' children, his sons, and immediately begins to dismantling their privileged upbringing. He forbids them from wearing luxurious clothes. He cuts their hair short. He takes away their soft bedding and makes them sleep on hard pallets. He teaches them to eat plain food and to drink water. To a modern observer, this might sound abusive, but in the context of ancient Greek, paideia, education, it is a return to the heroic values of the past. He is toughening them, preparing them for a world that does not care about their father's money. He teaches them to ride, to shoot a bow, to endure heat and cold, but he also teaches them to memorize poetry, to understand justice, and to value their own integrity above social status. The sons of Xeniades do not hate him, they adore him. They see in him a truth that their soft, cushioned lives had hidden from them. They become his disciples, his pack. And Xeniades, he watches this transformation with a mixture of awe and relief. He realizes that his purchase was the bargain of the century. He bought a slave and got a savior for his family line. "A good genius has entered my house," Xeniades is reported to have said. He allows Diogenes total freedom. The philosopher can leave, he can wander, he can sleep in the crate or the jar, in the courtyard. He is not a prisoner. He is a guest of honor who refuses to sit at the head of the table. As they settle into life in Corinth, a city even more obsessed with wealth and pleasure than Athens, Diogenes finds a new laboratory for his experiments. Corinth is the city of Aphrodite, a place of temple prostitutes, gambling, and commercial excess. It is the perfect place for a cynic to operate. The contrast is sharper here. The dog stands out even more against the backdrop of Corinthian gold. He walks the streets of his new city, no longer an exile, but a man with a strange, paradoxical position. A slave who commands his master, a beggar who tutors the rich, a homeless man who is at home in the world. The auction block is far behind him, but the lesson remains. Power is not about who holds the whip. It is about who holds the mind. Diogenes rules because he is the only one who does not want to be a king. The dawn in Corinth does not break with the gentle, rosy fingers of Homeric poetry. It arrives in a rush of gold and noise, spilling over the Acrocorinth to illuminate a city that has made a religion out of excess. Corinth is the Las Vegas of the ancient world, a bustling isthmus metropolis where the coin is God. The temple prostitutes of Aphrodite are famous across the Mediterranean, and the pottery is painted with scenes of revelry that would make a Spartan blush. In the center of this hedonistic swirl stands the house of Xeniades, a villa of white limestone and shaded colonnades, a fortress of comfort. But if you were to peer over the garden wall in the cool blue light of the early morning, you would see a scene that seems to belong to a different world entirely. There are no servants peeling grapes. There are no soft cushions being fluffed. Instead, you would see two young boys, the sons of one of the richest men in the city, standing barefoot on the beaten earth, their tunics plain and undyed, their hair shorn close to the scalp, and standing over them, leaning on his staff like a shepherd, guarding a particularly rare breed of sheep, is the slave, Diogenes. He is not teaching them how to count money or how to tie a toga in the fashionable style. He is teaching them how to be invincible. The education of Xeniades' sons is a radical experiment in paideia, the Greek concept of child-rearing, but stripped of all its vanity. Diogenes has thrown out the standard curriculum. He does not care if they can play the lyre or recite the lineage of the gods. He cares if they can govern themselves. The body, he tells them, his voice rasping softly in the morning quiet, is not a decoration. It is a tool, and a tool must be kept sharp. He leads them through physical drills that would baffle a traditional gymnasator. They do not train for the games. They do not oil their bodies to look beautiful. They run in the heat of the day to learn to ignore the sun. They walk on the cold stones of winter to learn to ignore the frost. They eat a diet that Diogenes himself prepares: lupin seeds, coarse bread, water, perhaps a little cheese on a feast day. To a Corinthian mother, this is child abuse. To Diogenes, it is the greatest gift of love he can offer. He is inoculating them against the disease of luxury. He knows that fortune is fickle. The rich man of today is the beggar of tomorrow. By teaching them to be happy with nothing, he guarantees they will be happy with anything. There is a historical texture here that is vital to understand. In the 4th century BC, Greek education was often bifurcated. The Spartans focused on war and obedience, while the Athenians focused on rhetoric and citizenship. Diogenes blends the hardness of Sparta with the intellectual sharpness of Athens, but removes the allegiance to the state. He is training them to be sovereign individuals. He makes them memorize passages, thousands of lines of poets, moralists, and even his own writings, which are sadly lost to us. But he does not let them recite these lines like parrots. He drills the meaning into them. Why did Solon say this? He barks as they walk through the olive grove. What is the utility of this verse? He treats poetry as a survival manual. If a line of verse cannot help you endure a toothache or a tyrant, it is not worth remembering. The boys walk with him through the streets of Corinth, and while other children are dragged along by slaves carrying their toys, Xeniades' sons walk unburdened, their eyes downcast in modesty, their silence a shield. They are becoming cynic princelings, quiet, tough, and terrifyingly observant. One of the most touching aspects of this period is the refusal of rescue. It is recorded that friends, and perhaps even family, from Sinope eventually located Diogenes in Corinth. They came to Xeniades' door, purses heavy with silver, ready to pay his ransom, to buy his freedom, and return him to a life of dignity. Imagine the scene, the anxious friends in the courtyard, the rattling of coins, the expectation of a tearful reunion. Diogenes comes out, likely wiping sweat from his brow after a training session. He looks at the money. He looks at his friends, and he shakes his head. "You call this slavery?" he asks, gesturing to the open air, to the boys who are watching him with adoration, to the master Xeniades, who treats him with deference. "I am the only free man here. Why would I pay to leave a place where I rule?" He sends the ransomers away. He chooses to remain a slave legally because he knows that legal status is a fiction. He has found a role that suits him perfectly, the subversive in the house of power. He is the grit in the oyster that creates the pearl. The relationship between Xeniades and Diogenes is a fascinating inversion of the master-slave dialectic. Xeniades, the man who owns the deed to Diogenes' body, finds himself constantly seeking the approval of his property. When Xeniades throws a dinner party, he nervously checks the seating arrangements, wondering if Diogenes will approve. When he buys a new vase, he hides it, fearing the slave's mocking laughter. Diogenes becomes the externalized conscience of the household. He does not serve the food, he serves the truth. And the sons? They do not resent the harsh discipline. Children, unlike adults, crave authenticity. They know that their parents' friends, with their perfumes and fake smiles, are lying. They know that Diogenes, who smells of dust and speaks like a knife, is real. They love him. They care for him. As he ages, they are the ones who bring him his food, who make sure his cloak is dry. It is a bond forged in the fire of honesty. There is a moment of soft humor in the midst of this rigor. Xeniades, trying to be a good student, once asks Diogenes how he should clean the house for guests. Diogenes looks around the opulent villa, filled with mosaics and statues, and says, "The only way to keep this place clean is to paint the walls with mud." Xeniades blinks. "Mud?" "Yes," Diogenes replies, "because right now, your walls are so bright and expensive that if a man needs to spit, the only place he can spit without being rude is in your face." It is a classic Diogenes joke, vulgar, shocking, but revealing a deep truth about how luxury traps us. We become servants to our furniture. We are afraid to live in our own living rooms. Xeniades likely laughed, albeit nervously, and perhaps moved a particularly expensive rug into storage. As the years pass in Corinth, the tutor becomes a local legend. The Corinthians, who are obsessed with the Isthmian games and the pursuit of glory, stop to watch the old man and his charges walking the perimeter of the Cranion Gymnasium. They see the boys, lean and tanned, moving with a wolf-like grace that the oiled athletes cannot match. They see the difference between gym muscles, swollen and decorative, and life muscles, wiry and functional. Diogenes points to the athletes training for the wrestling match. "Look at them," he tells the boys. "They are fattening themselves for a brief moment of applause. They are like pigs before the slaughter. But you are training for the long contest. You are training to lose everything and still be standing." The sun climbs high over the Acrocorinth, casting short, sharp shadows. The lesson for the morning is over. The boys sit in the dust, eating their lupin seeds with their fingers, drinking water from a shared jug. They look tired but content. Diogenes sits with them, chewing a crust of bread. He looks at Xeniades, who is watching from the cool shade of the portico, a man trapped in his own wealth. Diogenes winks at the boys. "Do not pity your father," he whispers loudly enough to be heard. "He is doing the best he can with his handicap." The boys stifle a giggle. Xeniades sighs, shakes his head, and goes back inside to count his money. In the garden, the slave stretches out in the sun, the true master of the house, teaching the future how to ignore the past. The road to the isthmus, the narrow strip of land that tethers the Peloponnese to the rest of Greece, is choked with the dust of 10,000 footsteps. It is the season of the Isthmian Games, the great Pan-Hellenic festival, second only to the Olympics in prestige, dedicated to Poseidon, the earth-shaker. The air vibrates with a manic, celebratory energy. Chariots rumble past with painted wheels. Vendors hawk roasted chickpeas and watered wine. Jugglers toss firebrands into the pale sky. The entire Greek world has descended upon this pine-forested sanctuary to watch men sweat, bleed, and struggle for a crown of withered celery or pine. And moving against this current of excitement, like a stone in a rushing river, is Diogenes. He walks towards the stadium not to cheer, but to witness the great distraction. To the average Corinthian, the games are the pinnacle of human achievement, a display of arrayed excellence. To Diogenes, they are a zoo. He sees the crowds worshipping the body while their souls atrophy, cheering for a runner who can sprint a stade but cannot outrun his own greed. He enters the precinct of Poseidon, where the smell is a pungent cocktail of sacrificial smoke, horse manure, and the sharp medicinal scent of the olive oil that the athletes slather onto their skin. He finds a spot near the wrestling pit, the scama, where the earth has been turned by the violence of the struggle. He watches two heavyweights, their bodies like mountains of brown muscle, grunting and locking limbs, veins bulging in their necks as they try to force each other into the dirt. The crowd roars, a single bloodthirsty organism. Diogenes yawns. He turns to a spectator, a man whose face is flushed with vicarious exertion. "Why do you cheer?" Diogenes asks, his voice cutting through the din. "Because he is strong," the man shouts back, not looking away. "He can throw a bull." Diogenes nods slowly. "A bull can also throw a bull," he replies. "A donkey can kick harder." If strength makes a man noble, then the Caliphant is the king of philosophers. The spectator blinks, the joy momentarily sucked out of his afternoon. Diogenes has done it again. He has taken the spectacle and revealed it to be merely biology. This disdain for professional athletics is a cornerstone of the Cynic critique. Historians often debate whether Diogenes' rejection of the games was a specific attack on the corruption of amateurism, which was already rampant in the 4th century, with athletes receiving massive payouts and living like princes, or a deeper philosophical objection to the specialization of the body. The ancient Greek ideal was the harmonious man, balanced in mind and body, But Diogenes saw the athletes of his day as monsters of excess, men who slept all day, ate massive quantities of meat, and possessed bodies that were useless for anything other than a specific, arbitrary game. They were not soldiers. They were not thinkers. They were show ponies. He watches a runner, lean as a greyhound, vomiting from exhaustion after a race. "You run fast," Diogenes murmurs to the wind, but cowardice runs faster. The most famous anecdote from this period involves the prize ceremony. The victors are being crowned with the Isthmian wreath, in this era, likely made of withered celery or pine branches. It is a symbol of supreme honor, a perishable trophy for a perishable victory. As the crowd applauds the champion wrestler, Diogenes steps forward. He picks up a stray branch of pine from the ground and with solemn ceremonial gravity places it upon his own messy grey head. The officials are scandalized. "You," one cries out, "you have won no contest. You have defeated no man." Diogenes looks at them, the pine needles tickling his forehead, looking like a mockery of a king. "I have defeated much harder opponents than he has," Diogenes announces, pointing his staff at the sweating, panting champion. "He has only pinned a man to the ground. I have pinned poverty. I have wrestled exile and won. I have defeated the desire for pleasure and the fear of death. These are the true monsters. His opponents are merely men. Mine are the tyrants of the soul." The crowd falls silent. It is a moment of cognitive dissonance. They are looking at a beggar claiming to be a victor. But the logic holds. The wrestler fights only when the referee blows the whistle. Diogenes fights every minute of every day. The wrestler needs a specific patch of sand. Diogenes fights in the street, in the rain, in the cold. Who is the greater athlete? The man who trains his body to throw a discus, or the man who trains his mind to throw away the world? Diogenes adjusts his pine crown, sitting comfortably in the dirt. He is redefining the concept of the games. Life, he suggests, is the only stadium that matters, and most people are losing because they don't even know the rules. Later in the day, he encounters a sprinter who is boasting loudly to a group of admirers. "I was like the wind," the sprinter crows. "No one could catch me." Diogenes approaches, leaning on his staff. "If you were running from enemies," Diogenes asks, "you were wise. But if you were running from friends, you were a fool. And if you were just running to arrive at the same place you started, only more tired, then you're mad." The sprinter sneers. "I run for glory." "Glory!" Diogenes laughs, a dry, scratching sound. Glory is the echo of a shout in a canyon. It fades before you can even hear it clearly. Look at the wreath on your head. It is already dying. By tomorrow, it will be trash. Is your pride as brittle as a dead leaf? He is relentless. He refuses to let them enjoy the illusion of permanence. He forces them to look at the clock, at the decay, at the inevitable end of all physical prowess. Yet, there is a softness to his critique as the sun begins to lower, turning the sky over the isthmus into a blaze of orange and violet. He sees the losers, the athletes who trained for years only to slip in the mud, the ones weeping in the shadows of the locker rooms. He goes to them. He does not mock the defeated. He mocks only the arrogant. To a young boxer sitting with his head in his hands, nursing a broken nose and a bruised ego, Diogenes might offer a fig and a strange kind of comfort. "Why are you sad?" he asks. "Because you discovered you are not a god? That is a good discovery. Now you can be a man. A man bleeds, A man loses. The pain in your face is real. The applause you wanted was fake. You have kept the real part and lost the fake part. You are ahead of the game. It is a bedside manner for the soul, brutal but healing. He strips away the vanity so the wound can clean itself. As the crowds begin to disperse, flowing back towards the city of Corinth like a receding tide, Diogenes remains in the emptying stadium. He sits on the stone steps, watching the wind blow the dust across the empty track. The discarded wrappers of food, the broken sandals, the lost ribbons, the debris of the festival surrounds him. It is a scene of melancholy beauty. All that noise, all that energy, all that money, just to determine who can run in a circle the fastest. He touches the pine branch on his own head. It too is withering. He takes it off and leaves it on the stone bench. He does not need a crown to know who he is. He stands up, his joints popping, and begins the long walk back to Xeniades' house. The dog has visited the zoo, and he is happy to return to his kennel. But the wind carries a new scent tonight. Not just dust and sea salt, but the metallic, disciplined smell of an approaching army. The games of boys are ending. The games of kings are about to begin. The Macedonian is coming. The vibration starts in the soles of the feet long before the sound reaches the ear. It is a low, rhythmic thrumming, like the heartbeat of the earth itself accelerating in panic. It is the sound of the sarissa, the Macedonian pike, and the hobnailed sandals of the Beja the foot companions, marching in perfect, terrifying unison. The year is 336 BCE, or perhaps early 335, and the world has shifted on its axis. Philip is dead, assassinated at a wedding, and his son, the golden boy, the wolf cub, Alexander, has descended from the north to claim his inheritance. He is 20 years old. He is beautiful. He is terrifying. And he is coming to Corinth not as a tourist, but as the hegemon, the supreme leader of all Greeks against the Persian Empire. The air in Corinth, usually thick with the lazy scent of jasmine and roasting meat, now smells of iron and horse sweat. The city is hyperventilating. The politicians are rehearsing their speeches of submission in the mirror. The merchants are hiding their best wine. The mothers are keeping their daughters indoors. Everyone is terrified of the boy king who moves like a god and kills like a storm. Everyone, that is, except one old man who is currently lying on his back in the cypress grove of the Cranion Gymnasium, trying to decide if the cloud floating above him looks more like a sheep or a ship. The contrast between the two men who are about to collide is the most extreme in human history. On one side, you have Alexander III of Macedon. He represents the principle of more. He wants more land, more glory, more gold, more names, more world. He is the ultimate consumer of reality. His hunger is so vast, it will eventually swallow the Persian Empire, Egypt, and the edges of India. He sleeps with a copy of the Iliad and a dagger under his pillow. He believes he is the son of Zeus. On the other side, you have Diogenes of Sinope. He represents the principle of less. He wants less property, less noise, less responsibility, less clothing. He is the ultimate digester of reality. He sleeps on the ground. He believes he is the son of nothing and no one. Alexander is the explosion. Diogenes is the black hole. And as the Macedonian army pours into the city, filling the streets with the clatter of armor and the shouting of captains, these two opposing forces of nature begin to gravitate toward one another with the inevitability of a chemical reaction. The scene in the city center is one of frantic pageantry. The leaders of the newly formed League of Corinth are bowing so low, their foreheads brush the dust. They offer Alexander crowns of gold, statues, poets to sing his praises. They are terrified that he will do to Corinth what he did to Thebes, raze it to the ground. Alexander accepts their flattery with the bored grace of a predator who has already eaten. He rides his horse, Bucephalus, a massive black beast with a white star on its forehead, through the cheering, trembling crowds. He is looking for something, but it is not submission. He has that in abundance. He is a student of Aristotle. He has a mind sharpened by the finest education in the world. He has heard whispers of the dog. He has heard of the man who lives in a jar, the man who mocked Plato, the man who fears nothing. To a young king who is constantly surrounded by sycophants telling him he is perfect, the idea of a man who wants nothing from him is an intoxicating mystery. It is the one thing his power cannot buy. Where is he? Alexander asks his generals, his voice cutting through the noise of the parade. The generals blink, confused. They think he means the Archon of Corinth, or perhaps a famous general. Diogenes? Alexander clarifies, impatient. The cynic. Where is he? A ripple of shock goes through the retinue. Why would the King of Kings want to see the beggar of beggars? A local guide is hastily summoned, a man who bows and scrapes and points with a trembling finger toward the outskirts of the city, toward the quiet, sun-drenched sanctuary of the Cranion. He is there, O king, the guide stammers. He does not come to parades. Alexander smiles. It is a dangerous, delighted smile. He swings down from his horse, his armor clinking, a sound of expensive bronze scales shifting against leather. He waves away his heavy guard, keeping only a few select companions. We will go to him, he announces. The mountain will go to the pebble. Scholars and historians have often paused at this moment to consider the sheer theatrical improbability of it. Did it happen? Plutarch recounts it. Cicero mentions it. Valerius Maximus dramatizes it. It has the ring of a fable. Yet it fits the psychological profiles of both men perfectly. Alexander was possessed by pothos, a longing for the unknown, for the edge of the map. Diogenes was the edge of the moral map. It is the meeting of the irresistible force and the immovable object. As Alexander walks toward the gymnasium, leaving the noise of the city behind, the atmosphere changes. The roar of the army fades into the chirping of cicadas. The dust of the march settles. The sunlight filters through the cypress trees in dappled pools of golden shadow. The young conqueror is stepping out of history and into philosophy. He is walking from the realm of time, where he is racing against death, into the realm of the timeless, where Diogenes is simply waiting. Diogenes hears the footsteps approaching. They are not the hesitant, shuffling steps of the poor, nor the hurried steps of the busy. They are heavy, confident steps. Steps that assume the ground wants to be stepped on. He does not sit up. He does not smooth his hair. He is enjoying the warmth of the sun on his chest. It is a particularly nice patch of sunlight, warm but not scorching, a free gift from the cosmos. He is vaguely aware that a shadow has fallen across his legs, then his chest, then his face. The warmth vanishes, replaced by a cool silhouette. The light is blocked. A man is standing over him, a man with a shadow so large it seems to cover the world. Diogenes opens one eye. He sees purple. He sees gold greaves. He sees a face that is impossibly young and impossibly arrogant, framed by hair that looks like a lion's mane. He blinks. He does not rise. He does not salute. He simply looks at the intruder with the mild annoyance of a man whose nap has been interrupted by a cloud. Alexander looks down. He expects the beggar to scramble to his feet. He expects awe. He expects the same terror he saw in the eyes of the Thebans. But the old man on the ground just stares at him, calm and blinking. The silence stretches, tight as a bowstring. The companions of Alexander shift uncomfortably, hands on their sword hilts, waiting for the king to order the insolent wretch to be whipped. But Alexander raises a hand. He is fascinated. He sees the jar nearby. He sees the pile of rags. He sees the wooden staff. And he sees a man who is completely, utterly at ease in the presence of a killer. The king feels a strange sensation in his chest, a mixture of envy and respect. He realizes that this man lying in the dirt possesses a sovereignty that Macedon cannot conquer. The army is waiting. The empire is waiting. History is holding its breath. The king of the world stands over the king of the dog, and for a moment, no one speaks. The only sound is the wind in the trees and the slow, steady breathing of a man who needs absolutely nothing. The silence that hangs between the young king and the old philosopher is heavier than the bronze shields of the Macedonian phalanx. It is a silence that seems to stop time itself, freezing the dust motes dancing in the shaft of light that connects the godlike boy to the earthbound sage. Alexander breaks it first. He is not used to waiting for anyone to speak. He steps closer, his shadow deepening over Diogenes, and his voice rings out with the practiced projection of a man who has addressed thousands of troops before battle. I, he announces, leaning slightly forward on his spear, am Alexander the Great King. It is a statement of absolute fact, a definition of reality. He is asserting his titles, his lineage, his divine right to occupy this space. He waits for the tremble, the bow, the stammered apology. But Diogenes merely shifts his weight on the hard ground, scratching his side with a sublime indifference. He looks up, squinting against the glare of the sun, reflecting off the king's breastplate. "And I," he replies, his voice dry and crackling like autumn leaves, "am Diogenes the dog." The simplicity of the retort is like a slap in the face. Alexander claims greatness. Diogenes claims animality. Alexander claims the throne. Diogenes claims the kennel. By identifying himself as the dog, Diogenes is not debasing himself. He is declaring his own kind of royalty, the royalty of nature, of instinct, of absolute honesty. He is saying, "You are the king of the Macedonians, a political fiction. I am a dog, a biological fact." Alexander blinks, caught off guard by the lack of reverence. He is intrigued. He has met generals who want commands, politicians who want gold, and philosophers who want tenure. He looks at this man who is wearing a sack and sitting in the dirt, and for the first time in his life, he cannot figure out what the man wants. Alexander decides to be generous. He decides to play the role of the benevolent god, granting a boon to a mortal. He smiles, a radiant, charismatic expression that has charmed armies and seduced nations. "Diogenes," he says, his voice dripping with the honey of infinite capability, "I admire your spirit. Ask of me whatever you wish, and I will grant it." Ah, the offer is staggering. This is the man who owns the treasury of Macedon and is about to own the treasury of Persia. He could give Diogenes a palace. He could give him a governorship. He could rebuild Sinope and restore his citizenship. He could give him 1,000 talents of gold. The soldiers standing behind Alexander grip their weapons, waiting to see what the beggar will grab. A new cloak, a house, a vineyard. They watch Diogenes' eyes. They expect to see the glitter of greed. But Diogenes does not look at Alexander's purse. He looks at Alexander's position. He looks at where the king is standing. He looks at the beautiful golden light of the sun that was warming his old bones a moment ago. And he looks at the massive, opaque obstacle that has just blocked it. Diogenes lifts a hand, not to beg, but to wave away a fly. "There is one thing," he says, his tone mild, almost helpful. "Stand a little out of my sun. Apotskotosun mau. Stand out of my light." The words ripple through the cypress grove like a shockwave. The soldiers gasp. One reaches for his sword, his face flushing with rage at the insult. To tell the King of Kings to move? To treat the conqueror of Greece as a nuisance, a mere physical obstruction? It is a death sentence. It is madness. It is the height of arrogance. But look closer at what Diogenes has actually said. He has not asked for a favor. He has asked Alexander to stop taking something. The sun belongs to everyone. It is a common good, a gift from the gods that falls equally on the slave and the king. By standing in front of it, Alexander has appropriated the sun. He has turned a public good into a private shadow. Diogenes is not asking for a gift. He is demanding restitution. He is saying, "You cannot give me anything that is as valuable as what you are currently taking away from me. You can give me gold, but you cannot give me sunlight. You are not a god, you are a body, and your body is in my way." Alexander stands frozen. The smile falters on his lips. For a split second, the rage of the conqueror flares in his eyes, the urge to stomp this insolent insect into the dust. But then, the intelligence kicks in. The mind that studied under Aristotle processes the geometry of the situation. Alexander realizes that Diogenes has just won the exchange. If Alexander kills him, he proves Diogenes right. That power is just violence. If Alexander gives him gold, Diogenes will laugh at it. By asking for nothing but the restoration of the sunlight, Diogenes has demonstrated that he is richer than Alexander. Alexander has to conquer the world to be satisfied. Diogenes just needs the clouds to clear. Alexander needs armies, supply lines, and treaties. Diogenes needs a little less Alexander. Slowly, deliberately, the young king steps aside. The shadow moves. The golden light floods back over the philosopher's face, and Diogenes closes his eyes, sighing with genuine sensory pleasure. "Thank you," he murmurs, already dismissing the ruler of the world, returning to his meditation on warmth. He has what he wanted. The transaction is complete. The soldiers are baffled. They look at their king, expecting the order to execute. But Alexander is staring at the old man with a look of profound, haunting revelation. He sees the circle of desire clearly for the first time. He sees himself running on a treadmill of conquest, chasing a horizon that always retreats, while this man sits at the finish line, already drinking the water. Alexander realizes that his power is a trap. He is a slave to his own ambition. He has to wake up early. He has to worry about assassins. He has to manage egos. He has to march until his feet bleed. Diogenes just has to wake up. Alexander turns to his men, his face serious, stripped of its boyish arrogance. He sees their sneers, their contempt for the dirty beggar. "Do not laugh," he commands them, his voice low and intense. He looks back one last time at the figure reclining in the dust. the man who possessed the courage to treat a king like a cloud. He says the words that will echo through history, the admission of a secret envy that lies at the heart of all power. But truly, Alexander says, if I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes. It is the ultimate compliment and the ultimate confession. He is saying, if I could not be the master of the world, I would want to be the man who does not need the world. He recognizes that they are the only two free men in existence. One because he has everything, and the other because he wants nothing. They are the two poles of the human experience. Alexander turns on his heel, the bronze of his armor flashing, and walks back toward his horse, back toward the noise, back toward the war, back toward the early death that awaits him in Babylon. He marches toward his destiny of conquest, but a part of him, perhaps the wisest part, remains in the grove, lying in the sun, wondering what it would feel like to simply let the world spin without trying to steer it. Diogenes does not watch him go. He is busy warming his feet. The sun is warm. The air is sweet. The king is gone. The dog is happy. The dust stirred by the departure of the king settles slowly, returning the cypress grove to its original state of quiet grace. But the words Alexander spoke hang in the air like the echo of a thunderclap that refuses to fade. If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes. The soldiers, marching back toward the city walls, replay this sentence in their minds, baffling over its meaning. To a Macedonian phalangist, a man whose life is defined by the weight of a sarissa and the hope of plunder, the statement is incomprehensible madness. Why would a god wish to be a dog? Why would the man who drinks from gold cups wish to drink from his hands? They glance back at the grove where the old man is still lying, indistinguishable from a pile of refuse, and they shake their heads, dismissing their king's comment as a moment of poetic whimsy, a strange joke told by a man who has drunk too much unmixed wine. But Alexander was not joking. As he rides Bucephalus back towards the noise of Corinth, his mind is likely churning with the terrifying logic of what he has just admitted. He has recognized that Diogenes is his only true rival, not in territory, but in sovereignty. Alexander commands armies, but he must feed them, pay them, and lead them. His power is contingent on 1,000 external factors. If the grain shipment from Egypt fails, his power wobbles. If the satraps rebel, his power cracks. He is the master of the world, but he is also the servant of the world's endless demands. Diogenes, by contrast, commands nothing, and therefore nothing commands him. His empire is the circumference of his own body, and his supply line is the nearest fountain. Alexander realizes that he is about to embark on a campaign that will take him 10,000 miles to the banks of the Indus River, seeking a satisfaction that Diogenes found in 10 seconds by simply closing his eyes in a patch of sun. This moment marks the bifurcation of two distinct paths of human ambition: the path of pleonexia, insatiable desire for more, and the path of autokia, self-sufficiency. Historians often juxtapose these two figures because they died, according to legend, on the exact same day in 323 BCE, one in a palace in Babylon, sweating with fever and surrounded by generals fighting over his legacy, the other in a public space in Corinth or Athens, quiet and unnoticed. But here, in the Cranion, they are both alive, and the choice is stark. Alexander chooses the horizontal expansion. He will stretch himself thin over the map of Asia. Diogenes chooses the vertical descent. He will dig deeper into the bedrock of the self. Alexander is the arrow. Diogenes is the stone. The king's admission is a flash of vertigo. He looks over the edge of his own destiny and sees the sheer drop. He knows he cannot stop. He is strapped to the engine of history. He must go to Persia. He must cut the Gordian knot. He must die young. He cannot be Diogenes because he has already agreed to be Alexander. It is a tragedy of the highest order. The most powerful man on earth realizing he is not free to just sit down. There is a less famous but equally biting retort that is sometimes attached to this encounter in later Cynic traditions. When told that Alexander had said, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes," the philosopher is said to have replied, "And if I were not Diogenes, I would also wish to be Diogenes." Whether he actually said this, or if it is a later embellishment, the sentiment is perfect. It implies that while Alexander is trapped in a comparative identity, he is Alexander only because he is not someone else, only because he is better than Darius, stronger than Philip. Diogenes is entirely self-contained. He does not want to be anyone else. He does not even want to be a better Diogenes. He is fully reconciled with his own existence. He accepts his poverty, his age, his body, and his place in the cosmos without a shred of resentment. This is the state of ataraxia, the unshakable tranquility that all Greek philosophy aimed for, but few achieved. Alexander has kleos, glory, but he does not have peace. Diogenes has no glory, but he has a peace so deep it terrifies kings. As the afternoon wears on, the cranion empties. The spectacle is over. The dog is alone again. He shifts his position, following the sun as it arcs toward the west. He does not rush to tell anyone about the meeting. He does not carve a notch in his staff. "Today I defeated the king." To him, Alexander was just another shadow, another interruption in a life dedicated to focus. He peels a lupin seed, popping the bitter kernel into his mouth. He thinks about the young man's armor, the way it trapped the heat, the way it restricted movement. He thinks about the horse, a beast of war trained to bite and trample. He thinks about the sweat he smelled on the king's skin, the sour sweat of anxiety. Diogenes feels a profound pity. He sees the world conqueror as a man running off a cliff, convinced he can fly if he just runs fast enough. The philosopher lies back, staring up at the intricate fractal patterns of the cypress branches against the blue sky. He possesses the moment. He possesses the silence. He is the richest man in Greece, and he didn't even have to stand up to prove it. The sun begins to dip low, casting the long, melancholic shadows of evening across the gymnasium. The athletes have gone home to their dinners. The politicians have gone to their symposia to gossip about the king's visit. Diogenes remains. He prepares for the night. He pulls his cloak tighter. He checks his wallet for a crust of bread. He is preparing for his own campaign, the campaign against the cold, against the dark, against the frailty of his own aging body. It is a quiet war, fought without trumpets or cavalry, but it requires a courage that Alexander might not understand. Alexander fights men who bleed. Diogenes fights the void. He closes his eyes, listening to the owls begin their nightly watch. The encounter is fading into memory, becoming just another anecdote, another bone for the dog to chew on. But in the history of ideas, the sun never sets on this moment. It remains the eternal standoff. The man who has everything versus the man who needs nothing. And as the stars come out over Corinth, pinning the black fabric of the night to the roof of the world. One gets the distinct feeling that the man in the rags has already won the war. The seasons in Greece are not merely changes in weather. They are shifts in the mood of the gods, swinging from the benevolent warmth of Apollo to the biting, icy breath of Boreas. For the average citizen, these shifts are met with architectural defenses. Fireplaces are lit, wool curtains are drawn, cooling courtyards are flooded with water. But for the man who has rejected architecture, the turning of the year is a physical adversary that must be met in open combat. Diogenes does not retreat from the extremes of nature. He advances upon them. He treats the climate not as a setting, but as a sparring partner. As the summer solstice approaches and the stones of Corinth bake until they are hot enough to fry an egg, most men seek the deep shade of the porticos, sipping diluted wine and fanning themselves with palm fronds. Diogenes, however, heads for the Craneum, specifically to the patches of sand that have been roasting in the direct noon glare. The sand is searingly hot, a granular fire that radiates heat like an open oven. A normal man walking across it barefoot would hop and curse. Diogenes does not walk. He strips off his cloak and lies down. He rolls. He covers his body in the burning grit, grinding the heat into his skin until he is coated in a layer of hot dust. The passers-by stare in horror. He is cooking himself, a child might scream. He has finally lost his mind. But Diogenes is not mad. He is practicing. He is calibrating his threshold for pain. He is convincing his nerve endings that the sensation of burning is just information, not a command to panic. If he can endure this voluntary fire, what power does the summer sun have over him? It becomes, by comparison, merely a gentle warmth. He rises from the sand, looking like a golem of earth and sweat, and smiles at the horrified spectators. "I'm just toasting the bread," he might joke, shaking the dust from his beard. "It keeps the mold away." Then the wheel turns. The heat breaks, the autumn rains lash the isthmus, and winter descends. While snow is rare in the coastal cities, the frost is not. The wind cuts through the linen tunics of the rich, sending them scurrying indoors to huddle over braziers of charcoal. The marble statues of the city, the gods and heroes standing on their plinths, become violently cold, their stone surfaces dropping to temperatures that burn the skin upon contact. It is on the coldest morning of the year, when the puddles have frozen into sheets of glass, that Diogenes performs his most famous act of endurance. He approaches a statue, perhaps a frozen Aphrodite or a chilled Hermes, and wraps his arms around it. He presses his bare chest against the icy marble. He hugs the cold. The shock to the system must be agonizing, the kind of cold that stops the heart for a beat and makes the lungs seize. But he holds on. He stands there, a living man embracing a frozen stone, his breath puffing in white clouds against the statue's indifferent face. A crowd gathers, shivering just by looking at him. Someone, perhaps a kind-hearted woman wrapped in furs, rushes forward. "Diogenes, you will die. Why do you torture yourself?" He does not let go. His teeth may be chattering, but his will is iron. "I am practicing," he stammers through blue lips. "I am training myself to ask for nothing. If I can endure the embrace of this cold stone, then the rejection of men will feel like a warm bath." This practice is known as ascesis, the root of our modern word asceticism. But it is crucial to understand that for Diogenes, this was not a religious penance. He was not punishing his body for sins. He was not trying to mortify the flesh to please a god. Historians and philosophers emphasize that Cynic asceticism was athletic, not penitential. It was training, just as a wrestler lifts heavy weights to make the opponent feel light. Diogenes lifted the weight of suffering to make life feel easy. He was building a suit of armor out of calluses and tolerance. If you need nothing but lentils, famine cannot hurt you. If you can sleep in the snow, homelessness cannot hurt you. If you can embrace a frozen statue, loneliness cannot hurt you. He was making himself invincible to fortune, Taish. The Greeks believed that fortune was a capricious goddess who could take away your wealth, your health, and your home at any moment. Diogenes was the only man who had fortune-proofed his life. She could take nothing from him because he had already thrown it all away. There is a scholarly debate regarding the extent of these practices. Did he really roll in hot sand? Or was this a metaphor that hardened into a biography? Most ancient sources, including Diogenes Laertius, treat them as literal facts, consistent with the performative nature of his philosophy. Diogenes was a performance artist of the soul. He needed the visual shock to get the message across. Seeing a man hug a statue is an image that sticks in the mind forever. It forces the viewer to question their own relationship with comfort. We are terrified of being slightly too hot or slightly too cold. We adjust the thermostat. We complain about the draft. Diogenes shows us that the body is capable of enduring extremes that our minds tell us are impossible. He reveals that our needs for 72-degree air and soft mattresses are actually addictions. By breaking the addiction, he finds a euphoria of freedom. One day, a young man asks him, "Diogenes, do you not feel the pain?" Diogenes stops, rubbing his hands together to restore circulation after a bout with the cold. "I feel the sensation," he corrects, "but I do not add the judgment that it is bad. It is just cold. Cold is a fact. Suffering is a choice." He picks up his staff and walks on, his feet bare on the frosty stones. "Besides," he adds with a wink, "the statue is the only woman in Corinth who listens to me without interrupting." It is a classic deflection, using humor to cover the immense willpower required to live his life. He refuses to be seen as a martyr. He is an athlete, and the world is his gymnasium. As he ages, this training becomes even more critical. An old body is naturally more frail, more susceptible to the damp and the draft. Yet Diogenes refuses to soften. He argues that an old runner does not slow down as he approaches the finish line. He sprints. He pushes his aging frame to its limits, defying the biology of decay. He becomes a figure of leather and wire, dried out by the sun and preserved by the cold. He looks less like a man and more like a twisted olive root, gnarled, ancient, and utterly indestructible. The citizens of Corinth begin to view him with a superstitious awe. He seems to be immune to the things that kill other men. Plagues sweep through the city, carried by bad water and overcrowding, but Diogenes, living in the open air, eating simple food, and avoiding the stress of business, remains healthy. He is the living proof of his own theory, that the civilized life is actually the toxic one. The winter passes, the ice melts, and the spring returns with its explosion of wildflowers and gentle breezes. The citizens emerge from their houses, pale and complaining of coughs and stiffness. They see Diogenes sitting in the agora, brown as a berry, fit and alert, eating a breakfast of raw onions. He watches them limp past. He does not gloat, but the lesson is clear. He paid the price in the winter to buy his health in the spring. He invested in pain and is now collecting the dividends of vitality. He stretches his arms to the sky, feeling the joints pop, feeling the blood running hot and strong through his veins. He is ready for another year. He is ready for the sand. He is ready for the snow. He is the master of his own climate, a man who carries his own internal weather, sunny and calm, regardless of the storm raging outside. The training with the frozen marble and the silent stone was merely the rehearsal for the true performance. The statue, after all, is a predictable opponent. It always says no, and it never offers an excuse. Men, however, are far more complicated. As Diogenes moves through his later years in Corinth, he elevates the act of begging from a necessity of survival to a sophisticated critique of the social contract. He becomes the world's most aggressive philanthropist, but the currency he deals in is not silver, but shame. He stalks the marketplace, not with a trembling hand, but with a demanding one. To the average citizen, a beggar is a symbol of failure, a person who has fallen out of the system. To Diogenes, the beggar is the only honest actor in the system, the only one who admits that we are all dependent on one another. He transforms the interaction. Usually, the giver holds the power, but with Diogenes, the beggar holds the moral high ground. He does not ask for alms. He levies a tax on vanity. He approaches a man known for his extravagance, a man who wears rings on every finger and speaks loudly about his charitable contributions to the temple. Diogenes blocks his path. "Give me a coin," he commands. The man, annoyed by the interruption, but wanting to appear generous in front of his entourage, reaches for a small copper calcus, the smallest denomination available. Diogenes pulls his hand back. "No," he says, his voice loud enough to turn heads. "From you, I want a mina." A mina is a fortune, a sum equal to 100 drachmas, enough to feed a family for a year. The rich man laughs, incredulous. "You're mad, old man. Why should I give you a fortune when I give others a pittance?" Diogenes smiles, a wolfish baring of teeth. "Because to them, you might give again. But to me, it is unlikely you will ever speak to me again, so I must take it all now." It is a joke, but it is also a knife. He is exposing the man's charity as a whim, a sporadic tossing of crumbs, rather than a genuine commitment to helping. He forces the man to confront the fact that his generosity is finite and calculated. This incident illustrates the core of Diogenes's economic theory. He believes that money is a social fiction, and therefore moving it from the pocket of a fool to the hand of a philosopher is an act of correction, not theft. He is redistributing resources to where they can do the most good, sustaining wisdom rather than funding excess. When asked why he begs, he often replies, "I am teaching people how to give." He treats the donors as his students. If a man hesitates, fumbling with his purse, Diogenes scolds him. "Man, I am asking for food, not for a funeral. Why do you act as if parting with a piece of metal is a death sentence?" He speeds them up. He cuts through their attachment. He makes them practice the art of letting go. There is a profound and stinging observation that Diogenes makes during this period, one that historians and social critics have cited for centuries. He notices a pattern in who receives charity and who does not. He sees the blind beggars, the lame, the twisted. Their bowls are often full. The citizens drop coins with a shudder of superstitious pity. But when a philosopher asks for help, the bowls remain empty. Diogenes corners a group of citizens to explain this phenomenon. You give to the blind and the crippled, he tells them, because you fear that one day you might become blind or crippled. You see yourselves in their misfortune. But you never give to a philosopher, because you know with absolute certainty that you will never become wise. The insult lands with the weight of a hammer. He is accusing them of a deep, subconscious hopelessness. They believe their bodies might break, but they have already given up on their minds. They invest in insurance against physical tragedy, but they invest nothing in the cultivation of their souls, because they don't value the soul enough to worry about its poverty. It is one of the most savage critiques of human nature ever uttered. We pity the body because we understand pain. We ignore the spirit because we do not understand virtue. Diogenes stands there, his hand out, not just asking for bread, but asking them to bet on the possibility of wisdom. When they walk away, they are not just refusing a beggar. They are admitting their own spiritual mediocrity. Occasionally, the rejection is harsh. A man, tired of Diogenes' sharp tongue, snaps at him, "I will give you nothing, for you are a dog." Diogenes does not flinch. He has practiced with the statues. He knows that the insult belongs to the speaker, not the listener. He lifts his leg and urinates on the man's expensive sandal. "If I am a dog," he says calmly, "then I must act according to my nature. Why are you surprised? You do not blame the rain for being wet." The crowd erupts in laughter, shocked, scandalized laughter. But the point is made. If you dehumanize someone, you cannot expect them to follow your human rules. Diogenes accepts every label and turns it into a weapon. Yet, there are moments of unexpected tenderness in this theater of rejection. He approaches a young man who is known to be a spendthrift, wasting his inheritance on gambling and wine. The young man braces himself for a lecture. Instead, Diogenes asks for a small coin. Very politely, the young man gives it. Diogenes takes it and holds the young man's hand for a moment. "I ask you for little," he says softly, "because I know you have little left to give. You are spending your life as if it were water. Be careful, boy. The jar has a bottom." It is a warning delivered with the intimacy of a grandfather. He begs not to take, but to make contact. In that brief exchange of copper, a spark of awareness jumps the gap. The young man walks away thoughtful, perhaps counting his remaining coins with a new sense of their finiteness. Begging, for Diogenes, is the ultimate social litmus test. It reveals the character of the city. A city that starves its thinkers is a city in decline. A man who cannot give a crust of bread without feeling pain is a man enslaved by his possessions. Diogenes stands in the agora, a living toll booth on the road of life, demanding that everyone pay a little tribute to reality. He practices the art of negative commerce. He trades insults for wisdom and emptiness for freedom. And even when he receives nothing, when the bowls are empty and the insults fly, he smiles. He remembers the statue. He remembers that the no of the world cannot hurt a man who has already said yes to himself. He eats his lupin seeds, wraps himself in his cloak, and sleeps, rich in the only currency that matters, the absolute inability to be disappointed. In the shadowy corridors of Athenian memory, There is a ghost that refuses to fade, a spirit that haunts the marble colonnades and the dusty wrestling pits alike, the ghost of Socrates. He is the grandfather of the city's conscience, the man who was executed, not for crimes of the hand, but for crimes of the tongue, for asking questions that struck too close to the bone of the state. Diogenes never met him. The hemlock had done its work years before the exile from Sinope arrived. Yet in the minds of the people, the two men are inextricably linked, two jagged stones in the smooth sandal of civilization. It is Plato, the great chronicler and dramatist of philosophy, who provides the bridge between them. Watching Diogenes one day, perhaps as he washed his lentils in public or argued with a statue, Plato is said to have shaken his head, a mixture of admiration and horror in his eyes, and pronounced the verdict that would define Diogenes for eternity. That man, Plato whispered to his students, is a Socrates gone mad. The phrase in Greek is Socrates mainomainos, a Socrates in a state of mania, a Socrates unhinged. It is a brilliant surgical diagnosis. To understand it, one must visualize the difference between the two. Socrates was the gadfly. He stung the horse of the state with sharp, ironic questions. He stopped people in the market and asked, "What is justice?" He used logic, irony, and conversation. He was a creature of the mind. He still wore a tunic. He still had a house. He still fought in the phalanx. And he still obeyed the laws, even the one that sentenced him to death. He played the game, even as he critiqued the rules. But Diogenes took the Socratic premise that social conventions are often baseless and pushed it off the cliff of logic into the free fall of absurdity. If Socrates was the question, Diogenes is the scream. If Socrates used words to dismantle the system, Diogenes uses his body. He does not ask, "What is shame?" He performs a shameful act and asks, "Why are you blushing?" He is the Socratic method, stripped of its manners, its irony replaced by a raw, shocking literalism. He is what happens when philosophy stops talking and starts biting. Consider the incident of the salted herring. It is a story that captures the madness perfectly. One day, a famous philosopher, perhaps Anaximenes of Lampsacus, is giving a lecture. The crowd is rapt, listening to complex theories about the nature of the cosmos and the movement of the stars. It is a scene of high intellectual seriousness. Diogenes enters the back of the room. He is not carrying a scroll. He is carrying a fish. It is a dead, salted herring, stiff and smelly, purchased for a pittance in the fish market. He ties a string to it and begins to drag it through the assembly, weaving between the legs of the listeners. The fish bumps along the ground with a dry, scratching sound. The smell wafts up, briny and pungent. The heads turn. The eyes shift from the lecturer to the fish. The whispers start. The laughter bubbles up. Within moments, the lecture is ruined. The great Anaximenes is silenced, not by a better argument, but by a dead fish. Diogenes stops and addresses the crowd. "See," he says, holding up the herring. The lecture of Anaximenes was worth less than a salted fish. To the casual observer, this is the act of a lunatic or a vandal. But look closer. It is a devastating critique of value. He is demonstrating that human attention is fickle, that our high-minded pretensions are easily derailed by the lowest sensory input. He is showing them that they are not serious thinkers. They are just bored spectators looking for entertainment. If they were truly wise, the fish would not matter. But because they are fools, the fish wins. Socrates would have asked the lecturer a question to expose his ignorance. Diogenes drags the fish to expose the audience's shallowness. It is the same goal, but the method has shifted from the dialectic to the theatrical. It is mad only because it refuses to use the polite tools of debate. Historians and scholars often grapple with the Socratic succession, the lineage that flows from Socrates to Antisthenes to Diogenes, while the direct teacher-student link is sometimes questioned. The thematic DNA is undeniable. Socrates brought philosophy down from the heavens, where the pre-Socratics looked at stars, and into the city. Diogenes took it from the city and dragged it into the gutter. He radicalized the message. Socrates said, "The unexamined life is not worth living." Diogenes seems to say, "The unlived life is not worth examining." He embodies the active virtue that Antisthenes preached. There is no theory in Diogenes that is not immediately physical. He does not write books on ethics. He eats plain bread to prove that hunger is the best sauce. He does not write treatises on courage. He walks in the snow. This physicalization of philosophy is what looks like madness to the Athenians. They are used to wisdom being a thing of the head, a thing of speeches and scrolls. To see wisdom acting like an animal, eating on the street, sleeping in a jar, short-circuits their cultural programming. They call him mad because they cannot admit he is right. If he is sane, then they are the crazy ones for working jobs they hate to buy things they don't need. The label of madness is a defense mechanism. It allows them to dismiss him. "Oh, that's just Diogenes. He's crazy," they say. And then they go back to their stressful, anxious lives, reassured that they are normal. But Diogenes knows the truth. He knows that the asylum is the city itself, and he is the only one who has managed to escape the padded cell of convention. One afternoon, he is seen walking backward through the Stoa. He moves slowly, stepping carefully in reverse, navigating the crowd with his back to his destination. The people laugh. They point. "Look at the crab," they shout. He doesn't know which way is forward. Diogenes stops, turns his head and barks. "I'm walking backward physically, but you are walking backward in your lives. You start with the goal of happiness, but every step you take, toward money, toward power, toward fame, takes you further away from it. I am the only one who sees the wrong direction." The laughter dies. The image of the backward walking man becomes a mirror. Are they moving forward, or are they just moving faster toward a cliff? The madness of Diogenes is often just a sanity, so pure it looks like chaos to a distorted world. There is a scholarly note to be made here about the cultural role of the holy fool or the wise madman, a figure that appears in many traditions, from the Juradivi of Russia to the Zen masters of Japan. Diogenes is the Western archetype of this figure. He uses shock to bypass the intellect and strike the intuition. He breaks the rules of etiquette to reveal the rules of nature. When he sees the officials of the temple leading away a man who had stolen a bowl, Diogenes comments, "The big thieves are leading away the little thief." It is a soundbite of treason. It is the kind of thing that got Socrates killed. But Diogenes survives. Why? Perhaps because his madness protects him. Socrates claimed to be ignorant, which made people feel stupid. Diogenes claims to be a dog, which makes people feel superior, until the dog bites. He plays the clown to speak the truth of the king. As the sun sets over the city, casting long shadows that stretch like the bars of a prison cell across the agora, Diogenes retreats to his jar. He is tired. Being mad is exhausting work. It requires a constant, vigilant resistance against the gravity of social pressure. It would be so easy to just put on a tunic, get a job, and agree that money is real. It would be so easy to be sane. But he looks at the people rushing home, their faces tight with worry, their minds cluttered with debts and desires, and he shakes his head. He prefers his own brand of insanity. He prefers the wind on his face and the honesty of the earth. He curls up in the ceramic womb, the Socrates who refused to drink the hemlock, the Socrates who decided to live, wild and howling, in the eternal, unwalled asylum of the world. The sound of a woman's life in ancient Greece is a rhythmic, repetitive percussion. The clack-thrum of the loom weights hitting the warp threads. It is the heartbeat of domesticity, a sound that signifies industry, obedience, and the quiet production of the cloth that binds the household together. Inside the high-walled women's quarters of a wealthy family from Maronea, a young woman named Hypatia sits before this vertical prison of wool and wood. She is beautiful, she is educated, and she is suffocating. The air in the room is perfumed with rosewater and stagnant expectation. Outside in the dusty streets of Athens, or perhaps Thebes, where the cynics often gathered, the wind is blowing, carrying the sharp, chaotic barking of the philosophers. Hypatia pauses, the shuttle hovering in her hand. She does not want to weave a tunic for a husband she has not chosen. She wants to weave a life that belongs to her. She has heard the stories of the dog from Sinope. She has heard of his student, Crates of Thebes, the hunchbacked man who threw his fortune into the sea to buy his freedom. And in the silence of the loom room, a radical, dangerous idea begins to unspool in her mind. Perhaps the virtue of a woman is not silence, but truth. To understand the magnitude of Hypatia's choice, one must understand the strict apartheid of gender in the classical world. A respectable woman is a ghost. She is seen only by her family. She speaks only when spoken to, and her name is rarely mentioned in public until she is dead. Her life is a transfer of property from father to husband. For a woman to enter the agora, the male space of politics and philosophy, is not just unusual, it is a scandal of biological proportions. Yet Hypatia falls in love. But she does not fall for a young athlete with oiled muscles or a wealthy archon with a villa. She falls for Crates, a man described by history as ugly, hunchbacked, and dressed in rags. It is the most inexplicable romance of antiquity. Her parents are horrified. They parade a line of wealthy suitors before her, men with soft hands and heavy purses. Hypatia rejects them all. She delivers an ultimatum that shatters the domestic peace. "I will marry Crates," she tells her father, "or I will kill myself." The desperation of her parents leads to a scene that plays out like a tragicomedy. They beg Crates to visit the house, to talk some sense into the girl, to show her the reality of his poverty, so she will recoil in disgust. Crates arrives. He walks into the refined courtyard, his staff tapping on the mosaic floor, his cloak dusty and smelling of the street. He looks at Hypatia, who stands there defiant and eager. He tries to dissuade her. He tells her of the cold nights, the hunger, the public insults, the lack of a home. She does not flinch. She looks at him with the eyes of a fellow soldier, not a pampered bride. Then Crates performs the gesture that seals their fate. He stands in the center of the room, unclasps his rough cloak, and drops it to the floor. He stands before her, perhaps naked or in a simple tunic, exposing his twisted back, his knobby knees, his wallet, and his staff. He points to his body and his few possessions. "This is the bridegroom," he announces, his voice stripping away all romance. "And this is his estate. There is no gold, there is no land, there is no promise of safety. If you share my life, you share this. You must become a cynic, not just a wife. Choose." It is the judgment of Paris reversed. Instead of choosing the most beautiful goddess, the woman must choose the beast. Hipparchia does not hesitate. She steps forward, crossing the invisible line between the loom and the world. She accepts the rags. She accepts the hunchback. In that moment, she becomes the first female cynic, and arguably the first liberated woman in Western history to live on equal terms with her male counterpart. She adopts the male dress, the tribon, and walks out of her father's house, leaving the looms silent forever. The scandal is immediate and electric. A woman living in the streets, a woman sleeping in public arcades with her husband. It violates every taboo of the city. But Hipparchia and Crates transform their marriage into a piece of performance art. They call it a dog marriage, kynogamia. They live together in the open, eating together, debating together, and yes, according to some scandalous reports, even making love in public, arguing that if an act is natural and good in private, it is natural and good in public. Whether the latter is true or a slander by shocked historians, the point is clear. They refuse to hide. They turn their relationship into a living argument that virtue has no gender. The most famous defense of her choice occurs at a symposium, a drinking party usually reserved for men and hetairai, courtesans. Hipparchia attends with Crates, wearing her philosopher's robes, sitting equal with the men. Theodorus the atheist, a philosopher known for his sharp tongue and lack of piety, is offended by her presence. He sneers at her, quoting a line from a tragedy. "Who is the woman who has left her shuttle by the loom?" He is trying to shame her, to remind her of her proper place. Hipparchia does not blush. She does not look down. She looks Theodorus in the eye and replies with a logic that is razor sharp. "I am that woman, Theodorus, but do I appear to you to have come to a wrong decision if I devote that time which I would have spent at the loom to my own education?" The silence that follows is the sound of a paradigm shifting. She has weighed the production of cloth against the production of wisdom and found the cloth wanting. She asserts that her mind is more valuable than her hands. Theodorus, unable to defeat her logic, tries to strip her dignity physically. He attempts to pull off her cloak. It is a moment of violence and violation. But Hipparchia does not scream or faint. She stands her ground, adjusting her garment with a cool, detached dignity. She shows no womanly fear. She has trained in the school of Diogenes. She knows that shame is a weapon only if you accept the wound. By refusing to be shamed, she disarms him completely. Diogenes, watching from his jar or the corner of the stoa, must have smiled to see this. The dog had found a daughter. Hipparchia proved that the Cynic philosophy was not just a masculine test of endurance, but a universal human potential. She showed that the softness of women was a cultural cage, not a biological destiny. If a woman could sleep on the ground, if a woman could debate Theodorus, if a woman could reject luxury, then the entire structure of Greek society was a lie. The couple became beloved in a way Diogenes never fully was. Crates was known as the door opener because he was welcomed into every house to resolve family disputes. Hipparchia was his equal partner, the female philosopher who comforted the grieving and challenged the arrogant. They had a child, Pasicles, whom they raised in the Cynic manner, bathing him in cold water and dressing him in a little cloak, free from the pampering that weakened other children. As they walked through the agora, crates limping, Hipparchia striding beside him in her rough wool, they present a new image of love. It is not based on possession or status or beauty. It is philia, friendship, grounded in a shared pursuit of truth. They are comrades in the war against illusion. Hipparchia's choice echoes through the centuries, a whisper to every woman sitting at a metaphorical loom. The door is open. The road is hard. The ground is cold. But the air out here is the only air worth breathing. The philosophy of the Cynic is not found in heavy scrolls or the marble halls of the academy. It is found in the dirt, in the scurrying, overlooked corners of creation where life exists without permission. As Diogenes grows older, his movements slowing just enough to let the world catch up to him. He spends more time observing the smallest citizens of Athens. One evening, as the twilight turns the agora into a landscape of grey shapes and deepening shadows, he sits eating his meager supper of coarse bread. A movement catches his eye. It is a mouse, small and brown, whiskers twitching with a nervous electric energy. It has ventured out from a crack in the temple wall, drawn by the smell of the fallen crumbs. A normal man might shoo it away or stomp his foot in disgust. Diogenes freezes. He watches with the intensity of a student observing a master. The mouse is a marvel of efficiency. It carries no luggage. It seeks no soft bed. It does not worry about the darkness, for the dark is its friend. It does not fear the cold, for it has its fur. It does not anxiety over what it will eat tomorrow. It is entirely focused on the crumb in front of it right now. Diogenes watches it snatch a piece of bread and dart back towards the safety of the wall. He smiles, a slow, deep expression of recognition. Behold, he whispers to the empty air, the only true philosopher in Athens. Legend, specifically the accounts of Theophrastus, suggests that it was the observation of a mouse that originally sparked Diogenes' conversion to the simple life, perhaps even before he met Antisthenes. But in the narrative of his life, the mouse is a recurring professor, a reminder that nature has already solved the problems that humans invent. He realizes that the mouse is happy. It is not depressed because it isn't a lion. It is not anxious because it doesn't own a cheese factory. It lives in perfect accordance with its nature. Humans, Diogenes concludes, are the only animals that drive themselves mad trying to be something they are not. We build massive stone houses and then worry about the roof leaking. We amass gold and then worry about thieves. The mouse has nothing, and therefore it is free. He often uses this observation to dismantle the complaints of his fellow men. A man comes to him, weeping because he has lost his property in a lawsuit. "Look at the mouse," Diogenes tells him, pointing to the creature scuttling near his feet. He has no estate. He has no slaves. He has no citizenship. And yet, look at him run. Is he weeping? Is he begging the gods for justice? No, he is finding lunch. You are crying because you have lost a burden. The mouse is teaching you that you were never meant to carry it in the first place. The man looks at the mouse, then at Diogenes, and perhaps for the first time, the scale of his tragedy shrinks. If a mouse can survive the winter without a bank account, surely a man can survive a bad verdict. This affinity for animals is a defining trait of Diogenes. In a city where animals are tools, food, or sacrifices, he treats them as colleagues. He shares his food with stray dogs, recognizing the kinship of the outcast. He speaks to birds. He sees in them a wisdom that civilization has buried under layers of etiquette and anxiety. The mouse does not care about reputation. If you call a mouse a thief, it does not sue you for slander. It just eats your cheese. Diogenes aspires to this level of indifference. He wants to be mouse-hearted in the best possible sense, agile, adaptable, and utterly unconcerned with the opinions of giants. One night, as he lies in his jar, he hears the scratching of his small companion near the rim. "Welcome, friend," he murmurs in the dark. "There is room enough for two." The mouse enters, finding warmth in the clay shelter. They sleep, the philosopher and the pest, two beings who have resigned from the rat race of human ambition. Diogenes realizes that he has learned more from this rodent than he ever learned from the priests. The priests say, "Give us gold, and we will save you." The mouse says, "Give me a crumb, and I will show you how to live." It is a lesson in adaptability, euthanasia. The mouse fits into any crack, it eats anything, it survives anywhere. Diogenes practices this mousiness by learning to eat squill, a bitter bulb that even the poor despise, and by sleeping on the bare earth. He is hardening himself, not just to endure pain, but to expand his range of survival. If he can live like a mouse, he can live anywhere. He can live in a palace or a prison, in a city or a desert. He has achieved the ultimate security. He cannot be exiled from the earth, because the earth is all he needs. As the morning sun rises, the mouse scampers away, its business done. Diogenes stretches, his joints popping, and picks up his staff. He walks into the bustle of the waking city, where men are already shouting about prices and politics. He laughs softly. They are all elephants trying to dance on a tightrope, terrified of falling. He is the mouse on the ground, watching them with amusement, knowing that the fall is only dangerous if you are afraid to touch the dirt. He bites into a raw onion, tears streaming from his eyes, and welcomes the day with a squeak of joy. Time is a sculptor that never puts down the chisel, and in the case of Diogenes, the work is nearing its final weathered form. The years have passed not in a blur of luxury, but in a slow, deliberate accumulation of days spent under the open sky. And now, the body that once rolled in hot sand and embraced snowy statues is beginning to betray the iron will that commands it. It is winter again in Corinth, a damp, grey season where the fog rolls off the gulf like a wet wool blanket, settling into the joints and the lungs. Diogenes is old. By the best estimates of historians, he is approaching his 90th year, a staggering age for a man in the 4th century BCE, and a miraculous one for a man who has lived without a roof, a doctor, or a steady income for most of his life. He has outlived his enemies. He has outlived his critics. He has outlived the very empire of the man who told him to move out of the sunlight. But he cannot outlive the slow, grinding friction of biology. He wakes in the morning not with a spring, but with a groan that he tries to suppress. The cold has settled deep into the marrow of his bones, a dull, throbbing ache that feels like his skeleton is rusting. His hands, once steady enough to pluck a chicken or catch a fly, are now gnarled and stiff, the fingers curling inward like the roots of an ancient olive tree. His vision, which once spotted the hypocrisy of a priest at 50 paces, is clouding, the edges of the world blurring into a soft, indistinct haze. But the most profound betrayal is the simple act of standing up. It takes effort now. It requires a negotiation with gravity. He has to leverage himself against the side of the gymnasium wall, planting his staff, which has become less of a symbol and more of a prosthetic limb, and pushing with a grunt of exertion. The young athletes of the Cranion, the new generation who only know him as a legend, stop their training to watch. They see the trembling of the legs. They see the shortness of breath. There is pity in their eyes, and perhaps a whisper of judgment. See, this is where the life of a dog ends, broken and alone in the dirt. But Diogenes catches their gaze. He straightens his spine, fighting the curvature of age, and flashes a grin that, while missing a few teeth, has lost none of its bite. "Do not look so sad, boys," he wheezes, his voice a dry rattle. "The ship is leaking, yes, but the pilot is still sober." He refuses to accept their pity. He views his aging not as a tragedy, but as a triumph of engineering. He has driven this body for 90 years at full speed over the roughest terrain without ever taking it into the shop for repairs. To him, the aches and pains are not signs of failure. They are the rattles of a machine that has been used to its absolute limit. Most men rust out. He is wearing out. Scholars often point to Diogenes' longevity as a key argument in the Cynic defense of the natural life. In an era where the wealthy often died young from gout, obesity, and the complications of a sedentary, wine-soaked lifestyle, Diogenes' extreme survival suggests that his diet of lentils, water, and constant movement was, in fact, the superior regimen. He is a living clinical trial. He mocks the physicians who pass by in their expensive robes. "You sell potions to keep men alive to 50, he calls out to them. "I have reached 90 on water and onions. Perhaps you should pay me for the prescription." It is a valid point. He is the oldest man in the marketplace, a walking testament to the idea that comfort is the enemy of longevity. However, the nights are harder now. The jar or the rough pallet in Xeniades' courtyard offers no protection against the deep chill of the Corinthian winter. He shivers. The shivering burns calories. He can ill afford to lose. Xeniades, now an old man himself, or perhaps his sons who have inherited the care of the family philosopher, implore him to come inside. "Diogenes," they plead, "at least for the winter. Come into the guest room. We have a fire. We have soft blankets." It is a temptation that would break a lesser man, to just lie down in warmth, to surrender the hard floor. But Diogenes shakes his head. He knows that the moment he accepts the cushion, he dies. Not physically, perhaps, but philosophically. The dog cannot become a house cat in his final hour. "If I go inside now," he argues, wrapping his threadbare cloak tighter around his frail shoulders, "then everything I did for the last 50 years was a lie. It would mean I was just waiting for a better offer. No, I will finish the race on the track, not in the dressing room." There is a poignant story, perhaps apocryphal, but emotionally resonant, of him struggling to cross a ditch or a small ravine on the outskirts of the city. He slips. His legs give way, and he tumbles into the mud. He lies there for a moment, unable to rise, coated in the cold, wet earth. A group of travelers rushes to help him, grabbing his arms to haul him up. Diogenes shakes them off, struggling to his knees by himself. He looks at his muddy limbs, at the frailty of his own frame. He does not weep. He laughs. "The earth is claiming her due," he shouts. "She is grabbing my ankles, telling me it is time for bed." He turns a moment of supreme vulnerability into a conversation with the cosmos. He is not falling, he is being called home. He manages to crawl out, muddy and bruising, but he refuses to be carried. To be carried is to admit that he is no longer the master of his own movement. He begins to prepare his mind for the inevitable. He engages in what modern psychologists might call life review, but in the cynic style. He sits in the sun and replays the tapes. He sees the coin he defaced in Sinope. He sees the lantern in the agora. He sees the chicken at the academy. He sees the shadow of Alexander. And he asks himself, did I blink? Did I ever compromise? The answer returns, clear and solid as a diamond. No. He never took the bribe. He never flattered the king. He never hid his shame. He has lived a life of total, terrifying consistency. This realization brings a profound sense of euthymia, a cheerfulness of spirit. He has no regrets to haunt him. He hasn't left anything undone because he never had a to-do list other than live effectively. His humor shifts, becoming darker and more self-deprecating. When asked by a student why he is walking so slowly, he replies, "I am carrying a corpse. It is heavy work." He refers to his body as a bad tenant that is falling behind on the rent. The roof is leaking, his eyes. The foundation is cracking, his legs. And the landlord, nature, is sending eviction notices. By joking about death, he neutralizes the fear of it. He shows the people of Corinth that the end of life is not a horror movie. It is just a lease expiring. He treats the Grim Reaper not as a monster, but as a bureaucrat he is finally ready to deal with. As the winter finally breaks and the first green shoots of spring appear in the cracks of the pavement, Diogenes is still there. He has survived one more season. He sits in his usual spot, frailer, thinner, his skin like parchment stretched over dry wood, but his eyes are still bright, burning with that fierce, unquenchable intelligence. He watches a young puppy chasing its tail in the dust, tripping over its own paws, barking at a butterfly. He watches the clumsy joy of the animal. He remembers his own beginning. He touches the rough wood of his staff. He is the old dog now. He cannot chase the cars of history anymore, but he can still bark at them as they pass. He takes a bite of a dried fig, chewing slowly, savoring the sweetness. He is tired. God, he is tired. But he is not finished. There is one last act to perform, one last lesson to teach, one final line to draw in the sand before the tide comes in. The arrival of the physicians is often the final scene in the drama of a wealthy man's life. A bustling, aromatic procession of experts carrying jars of expensive unguents, pouches of dried herbs, and the shiny, terrifying instruments of their trade. In the house of Xeniades, the family is worried. They see the old philosopher failing, his breath catching in his chest like a dry leaf rattling in a draught, and their instinct is to fight the inevitable with the best science money can buy. They summon a doctor, perhaps a man trained in the prestigious medical school of Kos, a follower of Hippocrates, who believes in the balancing of humors and the restoration of heat. The doctor enters the courtyard where Diogenes is resting, his face a mask of professional concern, his eyes scanning the patient for symptoms of bile or phlegm. He sees a man who looks less like a patient and more like a geography of ruin, skin like cracked parchment, limbs like driftwood. The doctor kneels, reaching out to take the pulse, to offer a cup of wine mixed with mandrake to ease the pain. It is a gesture of mercy. It is a gesture of civilization. And Diogenes recoils from it, as if it were a poisonous snake. He pulls his wrist away from the doctor's soft, clean hand. "Do not touch me," he rasps, his voice weak but his eyes blazing with a sudden, fierce clarity. "I am not a lyre that needs restringing. I am a song that is ending." The doctor pauses, confused. "But Diogenes," the physician pleads, "you are in pain. Your body is cold. I can give you heat. I can give you another year, perhaps two." Diogenes laughs, a wheezing sound that turns into a cough. "Another year?" he asks. "To do what? To eat more lentils, to see the sun rise 300 more times. I have seen the sun. I have eaten the lentils. The play is over, my friend. You are trying to drag the actor back onto the stage after the audience has gone home." This rejection of medicine is not merely the stubbornness of a cranky old man. It is the final logical conclusion of the Cynic philosophy. For Diogenes, the medical industry relies on the premise that death is a failure, a bad thing that must be avoided at all costs. But to a man who has lived in accordance with nature, death is not a failure. It is a harvest. It is the moment when the fruit falls from the tree. To try to glue the fruit back onto the branch with potions and bandages is an act of violence against the natural order. He looks at the doctor's bag, full of exotic roots from Egypt and minerals from Thrace, and sees it as just another form of luxury. "You sell life by the ounce," Diogenes accuses him, "but life is not a commodity. It is a loan. The lender is calling it back. Would you have me be a thief and try to keep what is not mine?" Historians of medicine often note the tension between the philosophical acceptance of death and the medical fight against it in the ancient world. Most Greeks viewed the doctor as a savior. They offered votive limbs to Asclepius, the god of healing, praying for cures. Diogenes views the doctor as a flatterer of the body. He argues that pain serves a purpose. It is the body's way of signaling that the contract is expiring. By masking the pain, the doctor is silencing the truth. "Let me feel the end," Diogenes insists. "I want to know what it is like to die. It is the last great adventure. And you want to numb me for it?" He treats death as a final exam, and he refuses to cheat. The scene in the courtyard becomes a debate between two worldviews. Xenides' sons stand by, wringing their hands, wanting to do something. The doctor argues that it is the duty of man to preserve life. Diogenes argues that it is the duty of man to know when to leave. When a guest stays too long at the party, Diogenes says, looking at the young men he raised, he becomes a nuisance. He starts to repeat his stories. He spills his wine. "I have been a good guest at the banquet of life. I have eaten my fill. I have laughed at the jokes. Now I will put down my cup and leave before I become a bore." It is a profound act of courtesy disguised as refusal. He wants them to remember him as the dog who bit, not the invalid who whimpered. He points to the doctor's tools. "Take your knives and your potions to the tyrant of Syracuse," he commands. "He is afraid of the dark. He needs your help. I have lived in the dark for 90 years. I know the way out." The doctor, realizing he is defeated by a patient who has no will to be cured of mortality, packs up his bag. He stands up, brushing the dust from his knees, and looks at the old man with a mixture of frustration and awe. He has treated kings who offered him fortunes for one more day of breath. Here is a beggar who offers him an insult for the same gift. The doctor leaves. The family retreats, silenced by the absolute authority of the dying man. Left alone again, Diogenes settles back against the wall. The pain is there, yes, a sharp, grinding sensation in his chest, but he observes it with the same detachment he used to observe the mouse. This is pain, he thinks. It is a sensation. It is information. He does not add the layer of fear. He does not panic. He breathes in the cool air of the courtyard, smelling the damp earth and the faint scent of jasmine. He feels the frailty of his heart, the way it flutters like a bird in a cage. He realizes that by sending the doctor away, he has reclaimed his agency. He is not a patient. He is not a victim. He is Diogenes, the active participant in his own demise. He looks at his hands, the hands that threw away the cup, the hands that held the lantern, the hands that waved away Alexander. They are trembling, spotted with age, the skin translucent. They have served him well. They grabbed the world by the throat and shook it until the truth fell out. He does not need them steady anymore. He closes his eyes, listening to the sounds of the house, the distant clatter of a pot, the murmur of voices. He is drifting. The anchor is lifting from the seabed. He feels a strange light buoyancy, as if the jar is finally rolling downhill, gaining speed, heading toward an ocean he has always known was there. He smiles. The doctor wanted to sell him time. Diogenes realizes he has something better than time. He has timing, and the timing is perfect. The end of a myth is rarely as tidy as the end of a biography. While a biographer seeks the death certificate, the myth maker seeks the metaphor. And in the case of Diogenes of Sinope, the stories of his departure are as varied, chaotic, and fittingly strange as the life that preceded them. We stand now at the threshold of the year 323 BCE, a year that vibrates with a cosmic resonance because it marks the simultaneous exit of the two greatest figures of the age. In the sweltering heat of Babylon, Alexander the Great lies on a golden bed, his body ravaged by fever, his generals circling like vultures, his empire already beginning to crack before his heart has stopped beating. And in Corinth, presumably in the cool shade of the Cranium Gymnasium, or perhaps still in the house of Xeniades, Diogenes is also meeting the end. But how? The historical record fractures here, shattering into a kaleidoscope of legends, each one a different reflection of his character. Did he die of illness? Did he die of will? Or did he die, as some sources insist, from a final fatal encounter with the raw, uncooked reality of nature? The first and perhaps most philosophical tradition claims that Diogenes died by voluntarily holding his breath. This account, favored by the Stoics who came after him, suggests an ultimate triumph of mind over biology. Imagine the old man lying on his back, his staff by his side, deciding that he has seen enough, said enough, and breathed enough. He does not wait for a fever to take him. He does not wait for his heart to fail. He simply closes the gates. He tightens the diaphragm, locks the throat, and refuses the reflex to inhale. To the medical mind, this is impossible. The autonomic nervous system eventually forces the body to gasp. But to the admirers of Diogenes, it is the perfect exit. It is the final act of autokeia, self-sufficiency. He does not even need death to come and get him. He goes to find it. he dismisses his own life with the same casual authority he used to dismiss the king. "I am finished now," the breath says. "Goodbye." It is a death of absolute control, silent, dignified, and terrifyingly disciplined. But there is another story, a messier, wetter, more visceral story that smells of the sea and the gut. This version claims that Diogenes died after eating a raw octopus. The details vary. Some say he ate it to win a bet. Others say he was starving and simply refused to cook it because cooking is a civilized, artificial convention. He wanted to digest the world exactly as it is, without the softening influence of fire. Picture him at the port of Corinth, or perhaps finding the creature in the market. He holds the octopus, slippery and cold, its tentacles dangling, its ink staining his hands. It is a monster of the deep, a creature of pure, alien instinct. To eat it raw is to consume the wildness of nature in its most concentrated form. He tears into the rubbery flesh, chewing with his few remaining teeth, swallowing the brine and the slime. He is proving a point. That man does not need the kitchen, the chef, or the fire of Prometheus. But the octopus fights back, whether from cholera, food poisoning, or the sheer shock to his aged digestion. The meal kills him. Scholars and historians love the octopus story because it is a death by philosophy. It is a tragic-comic punchline. The man who lived like a dog dies eating like a gull. It highlights the danger of his extremism. By rejecting the fire, the symbol of human technology and civilization, he exposed himself to the raw pathogens of the natural world. Nature, which he worshipped as a guide, finally consumed him. There is a dark humor in it that Diogenes himself would likely have appreciated. To die from a bad meal is far funnier than dying in battle. It is humble. It is gross. It is human. It reminds us that even the greatest sage is just a biological tube that can be clogged by a cephalopod. There is yet a third thread in the tapestry of his demise, one that brings the narrative full circle to his moniker. Some ancient sources whisper that he died from the bite of a dog. He was sharing his food, perhaps with a stray he was trying to feed, and the animal, confused or aggressive, snapped at him. The wound infected. The fever came. The dog killed by a dog. It is a poetic irony, suggesting that he had become so close to the animal world that he was subject to its violence as well as its freedom. He did not die as a man apart. He died as part of the pack, subject to the same sharp teeth and sudden furies as any other cur in the street. Regardless of the method, breath, octopus, or bite, the timing remains the most potent symbol. He dies on the same day as Alexander, June 10th or 11th, 323 BCE. The symmetry is too perfect to be ignored. History loves a rhyme. In Babylon, the man who wanted everything screams in agony, leaving behind a world in chaos. In Corinth, the man who wanted nothing slips away quietly, leaving behind a world that is exactly the same as he found it. The contrast echoes into the afterlife. One imagines them meeting on the banks of the river Styx. Alexander arrives with a caravan of ghosts, weeping for his lost empire. Diogenes arrives with his staff, picking his teeth. "You again?" the philosopher might ask. "Did you bring the sunlight this time, or just more shadow?" The sun sets on Corinth, and the news begins to spread. It does not travel by royal courier with sealed scrolls. It travels by word of mouth, passed from the slave to the fishmonger, from the prostitute to the potter. "The dog is dead," they say. "The jar is empty." there is a strange hollowness in the city. The people of Corinth had grown used to him. He was their conscience, their mascot, their grumpy grandfather who yelled at them for their own good. Without him, the market feels louder but less meaningful. Who will mock the rich now? Who will roll in the hot sand? Who will remind them that they are all just featherless bipeds wearing fancy shoes? In the immediate aftermath of his death, a dispute arises, not over his gold, for he had none, but over his body. His friends, the few intense disciples who followed him, and the fathers of the city, who now realize they have lost a celebrity, argue over who gets to bury him. But Diogenes had left instructions that were typically brutally Diogenian. "Throw me over the wall," he had said. "Let the wolves and the birds have me." When his friends protested, horrified at the lack of dignity, he added a practical joke. "Fine," he said, "give me a stick to chase them away." "But you will be dead," they replied. "You won't be conscious." "If I am not conscious," Diogenes countered, "then what do I care what happens to the carcass? But if you must bury me face down." "Why?" they asked. "Because," he grinned, "the world is soon going to flip upside down, and I want to be the only one standing on my feet." It was his final jest, a prediction that the values of the world, wealth, power, fame, would eventually be overturned by the truth. And when that happened, the cynic would be the only one upright. Of course, the Corinthians did not throw him to the wolves. They were too civilized for that. Or perhaps they needed the closure that a funeral provides. They ignored his request for oblivion and began to plan a send-off fit for a hero. They couldn't help themselves. They had to ruin his simplicity one last time with their pomp. As the sun vanishes completely, leaving the sky a deep, bruised indigo, the silence of the night reclaims the space where he once lay. The octopus is gone. The breath is gone. The dog is quiet. But in the darkness, a strange thing happens. The silence does not feel empty. It feels heavy, charged with a lingering presence. It is the silence of a question that has been asked but not yet answered. What is enough? The question hangs over the city, over the sleeping merchants, over the dreaming slaves. Diogenes has stopped asking it with his voice, but his life has burned the question into the very stones of Corinth. The man is dead, but the challenge, the biting, barking, laughing challenge to live authentically, is just beginning to wake up. The morning after the death of the philosopher, the citizens of Corinth wake up to a problem that Diogenes himself would have found hilariously trivial. Yet for them, it is a matter of supreme civic importance. What to do with the body of a man who explicitly asked to be thrown into a ditch? To leave him to the wolves, as he requested, would be an act of impiety that would stain the reputation of the city. It would prove that Corinth was indeed a place of barbarians. But to bury him with honors is to directly violate his final will and testament. It is a perfect, final trap. Even in death, Diogenes forces them to choose between their social conventions and his philosophical truth. Unsurprisingly, the Corinthians choose convention. They cannot bear the thought of the dog being eaten by dogs. The decision is made to give him a hero's send-off, a funeral that rivals those of the athletes he mocked and the politicians he despised. The procession that forms is a magnificent, solemn river of humanity flowing toward the Isthmian gate. Xeniades and his sons, now grown men with tears streaming down their faces, likely laid the mourners, carrying the withered, lightweight body of their teacher. Behind them come the magistrates, the merchants, the very people Diogenes had insulted for decades, all now wearing black, all now claiming him as their own. It is the ultimate act of appropriation. They are taking the wild outsider and domesticating him into a great man of the city. They bury him near the gate, in the soil he walked over 1,000 times, and then they begin the work of petrification. They hire sculptors. They import stone. They decide that a man who lived in a cracked clay jar deserves a monument of Parian marble, the finest, whitest, most expensive stone in the Greek world. It is the final irony. They are building a cage of luxury around the memory of the man who spent his life breaking out of it. The monument they erect is simple, elegant, and profoundly symbolic. It is a tall pillar, a finger of white stone pointing at the sky, and resting on top of it, carved with exquisite realism, is a dog. It is not a menacing dog, nor a cowering cur. It is a dog in repose, alert, watching, guarding the entry to the city. The sculptors have captured the lean ribs, the sharp ears, the intelligent eyes. It is the dog of Sinope, frozen in time, raised up on a pedestal, so that now, finally, the citizens must look up to see him, whereas in life they always look down. The symbolism is potent. The dog, which was once an insult, has become a crest of nobility. Visitors entering Corinth from the isthmus stop to stare at it. They see the animal and they understand. This city was home to a beast who was better than men. But the true victory of the monument lies in the inscription carved into the base. Attributed to a poet named Xenodotus, or perhaps simply the collective voice of the Greek people, the epigram reads, "Tell me, O dog, whom do you guard in this tomb?" And the dog answers, "Diogenes the Cynic, whose soul dwells with the immortals." And then, the lines that define his legacy. "Time makes even bronze grow old, but your glory, Diogenes, will never die, for you alone showed mortals the road to self-sufficiency and the easiest path of life." The easiest path of life, consider that phrase. To the modern eye, sleeping in the snow and eating raw onions looks like the hardest path, but the inscription reveals that the ancients understood the secret. They realized that Diogenes was right. The path of the merchant, worrying about ships, storms, pirates, and prices, is hard. The path of the politician, worrying about votes, assassins, and speeches, is hard. The path of the soldier is hard. Diogenes' path, once you stripped away the fear of discomfort, was actually the easiest, because it was the only one free of anxiety. He had no mortgage. He had no boss. He had no enemies he couldn't just walk away from. The monument stands as a permanent reminder to the stressed-out citizens of Corinth that their stress is optional. It is a lighthouse of simplicity in a sea of complication. However, one cannot help but wonder what Diogenes would have done if he could see this pillar. He likely would have laughed until he choked. He would have pointed out that the marble dog cannot bark, cannot bite, and cannot enjoy the sun. He might have lifted his leg against his own monument, just to remind everyone that stone is just stone. "You spent thousands of drachmas to honor my memory," his ghost might whisper to the tourists, "but you will not spend a single obol to feed the hungry man standing in the statue's shadow." The monument is a way for the city to honor his message without actually having to live it. It is safer to put the cynic on a pedestal than to invite him to dinner. By turning him into a statue, they make him safe. A statue doesn't poop in the agora. A statue doesn't tell the Archon he is a fool. A statue is polite. Yet, despite the irony, the column serves a vital historical function. It anchors the memory of the man in the physical landscape. It becomes a pilgrimage site. Philosophers from other schools, Stoics, Epicureans, even the haughty academics, come to visit the grave. They stand before the marble dog and debate the meaning of virtue. The grave becomes a classroom. Stories are swapped here. The tales of the dog begin to crystallize into a canon. Did he really hold the lantern? Did he really pluck the chicken? The stories are polished by repetition, just as the marble is polished by the wind. The man dissolves, but the myth hardens. He becomes less of a person and more of an archetype, a standard against which all other philosophers must be measured. Are you a philosopher? The column seems to ask. Then show me your blisters. Show me your poverty. If you are rich, you are just a tourist in the land of wisdom. The legacy of the dog on the pillar extends far beyond Corinth. It reaches Rome. It reaches us. The image of the dog becomes the badge of the Cynic sect. For centuries afterwards, men who grow tired of the rat race will don the rough cloak, pick up the staff, and call themselves dogs in his honor. They will walk the roads of the Roman Empire, irritating emperors and comforting slaves, all of them tracing their spiritual lineage back to this spot, to this pile of bones under a marble sentinel. Diogenes wanted to be forgotten, to be scattered to the winds, but the world refused to let him go. The dog had bitten the world too hard. The scar remained. As the years turn into centuries, the bronze of Alexander's statues melts down to make coins or cannons, and the great palaces of Babylon crumble into dust. The precise location of Alexander's tomb is lost to history, a mystery that frustrates archaeologists to this day. But the memory of the dog remains vivid. The pillar eventually falls. Earthquakes and time do their work. Just as the inscription predicted, bronze would age. But the idea it represented proves indestructible. The glory that will never die is not the glory of conquest, but the glory of truth. The sun sets over the ruins of ancient Corinth, painting the broken columns in shades of honey and rose. The marble dog is gone, buried perhaps under meters of earth. But if you listen closely in the quiet of the evening, you can still hear the echo of a bark, a sharp, joyful sound that laughs at the silence of the kings. The man is dead. The dog is eternal. If Diogenes was the fire, wild, unpredictable, and burning with a white-hot intensity that threatened to consume everything it touched, then the philosophy that followed him was the forge that captured that heat and hammered it into a tool that could build an empire. The transition from the raw, barking cynicism of the jar to the structured, logical resilience of Stoicism is one of the most critical evolutions in the history of thought. And it begins not in a lecture hall, but with a shipwreck. The year is roughly 300 BCE, nearly a quarter century after Diogenes' death. A merchant ship from Phoenicia, heavy with a cargo of precious purple dye, is smashed against the rocks near Piraeus. The owner of that cargo is a man named Zeno of Citium. He swims to shore, gasping, salt water stinging his eyes, and watches as his entire fortune dissolves into the Aegean. In a single hour, he has gone from a wealthy trader to a destitute refugee. He walks into Athens, shivering and ruined, a man who has been stripped of everything by the caprice of fortune. He wanders into a bookstore, seeking distraction from his catastrophe, and picks up a copy of Xenophon's Memorabilia, reading about Socrates. The words strike him like a thunderbolt. He turns to the bookseller, his eyes wide with a desperate hunger. "Where?" Zeno asks. "Where can I find men like this today?" Just at that moment, Crates of Thebes, the hunchbacked disciple of Diogenes, the husband of Hipparchia, the man who smiled at insults, walks past the shop. The bookseller points a finger. "Follow that man." Zeno follows, and in doing so, he walks onto the bridge that connects the madness of the dog to the majesty of the Stoa. Zeno becomes a student of Crates, but he is a different breed of animal than Diogenes. Zeno is anxious. He cares about public opinion. He is ashamed of his poverty. He is, in many ways, the perfect test subject for the Cynic cure. The most famous story of his education is a masterclass in embarrassment. Crates notices that Zeno is terrified of looking foolish in public. So, one day, Crates hands Zeno a clay pot filled with lentil soup, a poor man's lunch, and orders him to carry it through the crowded potter's district, the Kerameikos. Zeno tries to hide the pot under his cloak, blushing, hugging the warm clay against his side to avoid being seen with such a lowly object. Crates sees this attempt at dignity. With a laugh and a swing of his staff, the hunchback smashes the pot while it is still under Zeno's cloak. Crack! The clay shatters. The thick, reddish-brown soup splashes all over Zeno's legs, running down his shins, staining his tunic, looking suspiciously like he has soiled himself. Zeno panics. He drops the shards and begins to run away in shame. Crates calls after him, his voice booming with amusement. "Why do you run, my little Phoenician? Nothing terrible has happened to you." This moment is the seed of Stoicism. In the shattered clay and the spilled soup, Zeno realizes the absurdity of his fear. The soup is just soup. The stain is just a stain. The laughter of the crowd is just noise. The only terrible thing was his own judgment of the event. Zeno stops running. He wipes the lentils from his legs. He absorbs the lesson of Diogenes. You cannot control the world, or the staff that hits the pot, but you can control your reaction to it. Zeno eventually leaves Crates to found his own school, teaching from the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch, in the Agora. He takes the hard, jagged rock of cynic endurance, the idea that virtue is the only good, and polishes it with logic, physics, and a sense of civic duty. He creates a philosophy that is less about urinating in public and more about ruling the self with iron reason. Historians often describe Stoicism as cynicism in a tunic. It is the socially acceptable version of the dog's philosophy. Diogenes said, "Society is a lie. Leave it." Zeno said, "Society is determined by fate. Play your role in it well, but do not be attached to it." It is a subtle but profound shift. Diogenes rolled in the sand to mock the politicians. The Stoics would eventually become the politicians like Seneca and the emperors like Marcus Aurelius, using their internal fortress to survive the pressures of power. But the DNA is unmistakable. Every time a Stoic speaks of indifference to external goods, he is quoting Diogenes. Every time Marcus Aurelius writes in his Meditations that the opinion of others is just smoke, he is channeling the man who told Alexander to move. The relationship between the two schools is acknowledged by the ancients themselves. They called cynicism the short road to virtue, a steep, dangerous cliff path that gets you to the summit quickly, but requires you to abandon all your luggage and clothes. Stoicism is the long road, a winding paved path up the same mountain, allowing you to keep your job and your house, provided you realize they don't actually belong to you. Diogenes was the extremist pioneer who proved the summit existed. Zeno was the engineer who built the road so others could follow. Imagine Zeno in his later years, a respected teacher in Athens, honored by the city with a golden crown, which he likely accepted with a wry smile, remembering the pine wreath. He looks at the statue of Diogenes, the dog on the pillar. He owes his sanity to that dog. He owes his resilience to the man who lived in a jar. He realizes that without the madness of Diogenes, there would be no sanity of Stoicism. Diogenes had to scream so Zeno could speak. Diogenes had to live naked so Zeno could wear the robe of the philosopher with detachment. The rough, unwashed, offensive beggar was the grandfather of the most dignified philosophy in the Western world. This lineage is crucial because it saves Diogenes from being a mere historical curiosity, a clown in the margins of the textbook. Through Stoicism, his influence conquers Rome. It walks into the Senate. It steadies the hand of Cato as he stands against Caesar. It comforts Epictetus, the slave-turned teacher, who had his leg broken by a cruel master and simply said, "I told you it would break." That terrifying calmness? That is the echo of Diogenes in the pirate ship. It is the same spirit, traveled across centuries and languages, translated from the bark of the dog into the Latin of the empire. As the sun sets over the Stoa Poikile, illuminating the paintings of great battles on the walls, Zeno dismisses his students. He walks home, perhaps passing a beggar on the street. He stops. He does not mock the beggar. He looks at the man with a deep, respectful recognition. He knows that the man in the rags might be freer than the archon in the palace. He remembers the soup running down his leg. He remembers the lesson of the shipwreck. Fortune gives and fortune takes. But the soul is a fortress that cannot be breached unless you open the gate. Zeno touches his heart, feeling the steady rhythm of a reason that is no longer afraid of the dark. The dog is dead, but his bite lives on in the mind of every man who refuses to be broken by the world. The torch of civilization does not go out. It merely changes hands, crossing the Adriatic Sea from the rocky, sun-bleached hills of Greece to the 7 hills of Rome, where it is fed by a new kind of fuel. Not just olive oil and logic, but blood, gold, and the sheer crushing weight of empire. Rome is Athens amplified, Athens weaponized, Athens gorged on the spoils of 3 continents. It is a city of marble and concrete, a sprawling labyrinth of aqueducts, bathhouses, and arenas where the roar of the crowd can shake the earth. Here in the Caput Mundi, the capital of the world, the pursuit of power is not a game. It is a religion. The Romans are the masters of logistics, of law, of engineering. They build roads that go on forever and armies that never sleep. Yet, in the heart of this machine of conquest, in the private studies of its most powerful men and the dusty corners of its slave quarters, the ghost of the dog still barks. It is a profound historical irony that the Roman Empire, a civilization built on the accumulation of property and status, becomes obsessed with Diogenes, the man who destroyed both. He becomes the phantom conscience of Rome, the nagging voice in the ear of the emperor, the shadow standing in the doorway of the Senate. Consider Seneca, the younger, the tutor of the Emperor Nero, and one of the wealthiest men in the Roman world. Seneca lives in a palace filled with 500 cedar tables with ivory legs. He owns vineyards, estates in Egypt, and lends money at usurious rates to the provinces. Yet, when he sits down at night to write his moral letters to Lucilius, whom does he quote? Not the generals, not the bankers, but Diogenes. Seneca writes of him with a burning, jealous admiration. He tells the story of the man in the jar to his fellow aristocrats, describing Diogenes as a man beyond the reach of fortune. Seneca looks at his own life, a golden cage where he is trapped by the whims of a psychotic emperor, and he yearns for the freedom of the dog. He writes, Diogenes made it so that nothing could be taken from him by possessing nothing to take. It is the ultimate paradox, the billionaire philosopher using his golden pen to praise the beggar. Seneca practices poverty on Saturnalia, sleeping on a hard floor and eating coarse bread, trying to touch the hem of Diogenes' garment, trying to convince himself that he too could survive the loss of his fortune. But for Seneca, it is a holiday game. For Diogenes, it was the Tuesday reality. The Roman aristocrat looks at the Greek exile and sees the only thing his money cannot buy: fearlessness. But if Seneca is the admirer of Diogenes, Epictetus is his spiritual son. Epictetus is not a rich man playing at poverty. He is a slave, crippled by a cruel master, living in the shadow of the imperial court. For him, the philosophy of the dog is not a hobby. It is a survival manual. He speaks of Diogenes not as a madman, but as the scout, kataskopos. In his lectures, Epictetus describes Diogenes as a general who sent himself ahead into the territory of life to check for dangers. Diogenes has been sent as a scout, Epictetus tells his students, and he has come back to report to us that there is no ambush in poverty, no ambush in pain, no ambush in death, that these are just phantoms that frighten children. Epictetus elevates Diogenes to the status of a divine messenger. He cleans up the image of the dog, stripping away some of the cruder antics, the public indecency, the raw meat, and focusing on the radiant, benevolent independence of the man. To the Roman slave, Diogenes is the proof that you can be in chains and still be free. Look at Diogenes, Epictetus urges. He had no house, no wife, no children, no country, and yet he was happy. He was the king of the Greeks. Epictetus teaches that the jar was not a hovel, but a palace of the mind, a fortress that no Roman legion could siege. And then there is the emperor himself. Fast forward to the cold, damp frontiers of the Danube, around 170 CE. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher king, sits in his military tent, surrounded by the mud of the encampment and the smell of wet wool. He is the most powerful man on earth, commanding legions that stretch from Scotland to Syria. He is exhausted. He is surrounded by sycophants, schemers, and enemies. He opens his private journal, the text we now know as Meditations, and tries to talk himself into sanity. He lists the great conquerors of the past: Alexander, Pompey, Caesar. And then he asks, what are they compared to Diogenes, Heraclitus, and Socrates? The emperor answers his own question. The philosophers saw reality and its causes. Their minds were their own masters. As for the others, how many things they had to care for, and to how many things were they enslaved? It is a stunning admission. The Roman emperor looks at his own purple robe, the symbol of supreme authority, and calls it sheep's wool dyed in the gore of a shellfish. He looks at his wine and calls it grape juice. He is using the cynic gaze to deconstruct his own empire. He is channeling Diogenes to keep from losing his soul to the pomp and circumstance of Rome. He realizes that Alexander, whom he is often compared to, was a slave to his ambition, while Diogenes was the master of his desires. Marcus Aurelius, in his tent, is trying to be the dog in the purple. He is trying to rule the world without letting the world rule him. He reminds himself over and over that fame is the clapping of tongues and that posthumous glory is oblivion. He finds comfort not in his legions, but in the memory of the man who told the king to stand out of his light. Even at the pinnacle of Roman power, the ideal is not the conqueror. The ideal is the dropout. The Romans also had their own street cynics, men who grew their beards long and carried staffs, wandering the forums of Rome, imitating the master. Some were genuine philosophers, speaking truth to power in the dangerous courts of Domitian or Vespasian, risking exile or death to expose corruption. Others were charlatans, dogs of the dinner table, who used the rough cloak as a costume to beg for free meals and insult the guests for entertainment. But even the charlatans were part of the ecosystem. They were a reminder that the system was not the only reality. In a city obsessed with dignitas, dignity, and auctoritas, authority, the figure of the dirty, laughing philosopher was a necessary release valve. He was the court jester of the empire, the only one allowed to point out that the emperor was bald, or fat, or cruel. The visual landscape of Rome, the Colosseum, the Pantheon, the baths of Caracalla, is a testament to the big. It is architecture designed to make the individual feel small, to overwhelm the senses with scale and grandeur. But the memory of Diogenes offers a small that is stronger than the big. A Roman citizen walking past the massive temple of Jupiter might think of Diogenes pointing at a mouse and saying, "God is there too." It is a subversive, quiet power. It suggests that you don't need the marble temple. You don't need the high priest. You carry the temple inside you. This idea, filtered through Stoicism, prepares the Roman mind for a new religion that is rising in the East, Christianity. The Christian hermits who will soon flee the cities to live in the desert, wearing rough clothes and rejecting worldly wealth, will look suspiciously like the cynics of old. They will trade the jar for the cave and the staff for the cross. But the impulse is the same: to find God in the silence of having nothing. As the sun sets over the Tiber, turning the muddy water to gold, the bustling noise of Rome begins to settle into the murmurs of the night. The statues of the Caesars stand tall on the Palatine Hill, watching over their city of stone. But in the shadows, the spirit of Diogenes is still awake. He is laughing at the aqueducts. He is shaking his head at the triumphal arches. "You built all this," he whispers to the eternal city, "just to carry water and walk in circles. Rome will fall, the aqueducts will break, the Colosseum will become a quarry. But the lesson of the jar, that a man is enough, just as he is, will survive the collapse of the walls. The empire of things is temporary. The empire of the mind is the only Rome that never falls." The jar rolls out of the archaeological dirt of Corinth, bounces over the rubble of the fallen Roman Empire, and comes to rest, centuries later, not in a gutter, but on the freshly plastered wall of the Vatican, inside the most exclusive and expensive apartment in the world. The year is 1511, and the High Renaissance is in full bloom. The Pope, Julius II, has commissioned a young prodigy named Raphael to paint the Stanza della Segnatura, the library of the Papal Palace. The subject is the School of Athens, a gathering of the greatest minds of antiquity. It is a visual encyclopedia of wisdom, a cocktail party of geniuses dressed in candy-colored robes. Plato points to the sky, Aristotle points to the earth, Pythagoras scribbles in a book, Euclid draws a circle. They are all beautiful, dignified, and engaged in polite, high-minded conversation. But there, in the center of the composition, sprawling on the marble steps like a drunkard at a wedding, is Diogenes. He is wearing a faded blue tunic that hangs off his shoulder. He is reading a paper, ignoring the entire assembly. He is alone. There is a distinct, empty space around him, a social distancing zone painted in the 16th century. Because even in a fresco, no one wants to sit next to the dog. Raphael has captured the essence of the outsider perfectly. While the other philosophers are grouped in schools, surrounded by adoring students, Diogenes has no group. He is the obstacle on the stairs. To get to Plato and Aristotle, you have to step over Diogenes. It is a brilliant, perhaps unintentional, commentary on the history of philosophy. You cannot reach the heights of idealism without first dealing with the grimy reality of the human animal lying at your feet. Yet, the irony of this image is sharp enough to cut glass. Diogenes, the man who mocked the rich and despised luxury, is now a decoration in the Pope's private library, painted with pigments made from crushed lapis lazuli and semi-precious stones, paid for by the sale of indulgences. If the real Diogenes could have walked into the Vatican and seen himself on that wall, he likely would have laughed until the plaster cracked. "You have painted me," he might have shouted at the pontiff, "but you have not heard me. You put me on the wall to admire my poverty, while you sit on a throne of gold. I am not your mascot. I am your accusation." The journey of Diogenes through art history is a fascinating study in how society domesticates its rebels. We love the image of the radical, provided he stays inside the frame. In the 17th century, the golden age of Dutch and Flemish painting, Diogenes becomes a favorite subject for artists who love the play of light and shadow, the very chiaroscuro that defines the user's preferred aesthetic. Painters like Caesar van Everdingen or Salvator Rosa depict him in dark, moody landscapes, clutching his lantern, his face illuminated by the single, fragile flame. These paintings are brooding and atmospheric, capturing the searching quality of his life. They focus on the lantern man, the seeker of truth in a world of darkness. The sensory atmosphere of these works is heavy, with the smell of oil paint and old varnish, evoking a world of deep browns, burning oranges, and velvety blacks. The artists love the texture of his rags, the gnarled wood of his staff, the rough clay of his jar. But again, these paintings hung in the dining rooms of wealthy merchants in Amsterdam and Antwerp. The man who hated commerce became a commodity. The merchant would look up from his roast pheasant, gaze at the painting of the starving philosopher, and feel a pleasant, melancholy frisson of wisdom. Before pouring another glass of wine, Diogenes became a conversation piece, a memento mori that reminded the rich that life is short, but didn't actually ask them to sell their ships. As we move into the 19th century, the Romantic and Victorian artists take their turn with the myth. John William Waterhouse paints Diogenes, 1882, not as a wild man, but as a somewhat contemplative figure sitting in his jar, which is depicted with archaeological precision as a large pithos. He is surrounded by women in classical dress, curious and slightly amused. The lighting is soft, the stone is warm. It is a gentrified Diogenes. He looks less like a homeless man and more like a quirky professor on a sabbatical. The grit is gone. The smell of the street is replaced by the smell of floral perfume. Jean-Léon Gérôme, the French academic painter, gives us a sharper version, Diogenes, 1860, where the philosopher sits in his tub, lighting his lamp in the daylight, surrounded by a pack of street dogs who look at him with a kinship that the humans lack. Jerome captures the connection between the man and the beast, the shared outcast status. The dogs are the only ones who don't judge him. They sit on their haunches, waiting for a command or a scrap, recognizing the alpha of the agora. Art historians and critics often argue that the figure of Diogenes serves as a safety valve for the artistic establishment. By painting him, the artist, who often depends on rich patrons, can secretly express their own disdain for the commercial art world. The painter identifies with Diogenes, the solitary genius, the misunderstood observer, the man who speaks truth to power. When an artist paints Diogenes, they are often painting a self-portrait of their own ideal self, independent, fierce, and unbought. But it is a fantasy. The artist still needs to sell the canvas. Diogenes needed to sell nothing. The paint dries, the varnish hardens, and the scream of the cynic is sealed under a glossy protective coat. There is a particular genre of Diogenes and Alexander paintings that floods the galleries of Europe. It is the ultimate scene of contrast, the glittering armor of the king versus the naked skin of the sage. Artists love the geometry of it, the vertical line of the standing king and the horizontal line of the reclining philosopher. It allows them to paint velvet, steel, horseflesh, and wrinkled skin all in one frame. But look closely at the faces in these paintings. Alexander is usually depicted with a look of noble curiosity, while Diogenes is often given a look of scorn or dismissal. We stare at these images in museums, safe behind the velvet robes, and we usually identify with Alexander. We want to be the one with the power to give. We rarely identify with Diogenes, because to identify with him is to admit that we are cluttering our lives with junk. The painting allows us to visit the idea of simplicity without having to endure the reality of the cold. It is poverty tourism on canvas. In the modern era, the image of Diogenes fragments. He appears in political cartoons, carrying his lamp through the halls of Congress or Parliament, looking for an honest politician, a joke that has remained relevant for 2,400 years. He appears in abstract art, a chaotic swirl of lines representing the rejection of form. He appears in performance art, the spiritual grandfather of every artist who ever used their body to shock an audience. But the shadow of the barrel looms largest not in the galleries, but in our own minds. We feel him when we are stuck in traffic, surrounded by expensive cars, and suddenly wonder, why am I doing this? We feel him when we are scrolling through social media, bombarded by images of manufactured perfection, and feel a sudden urge to throw the phone into the river. We feel him when we look at our overflowing closets and realize we have nothing to wear because we have forgotten how to be. The ghost of Diogenes walks through the corridors of the Louvre, the Met, the Uffizi. He taps his staff on the polished floors. He looks at the no-touching signs and cackles. He looks at the price tag on a Da Vinci and shakes his head. He is the anti-museum. He is the reminder that the greatest art is not an object you hang on a wall. It is the life you lead. He asks the visitors, "Why are you looking at pictures of life? Go outside and live." He is the smudge on the glass, the crack in the marble, the persistent, annoying, wonderful reminder that beauty is not about decoration. It is about truth. And truth, as he showed us, is often naked, dirty, and sitting in the sun. As we leave the gallery of history, the lights dim on the painted images. The oil paint fades into the twilight, the gilded frames dissolve. We are left with the man himself, stripped of the interpretations of Raphael and Waterhouse. We are back in the raw, unvarnished air of reality. The journey is almost over. The dog has run his course. The sun that Alexander blocked is setting for the final time. We have one last section, one final descent into the quiet dark, to say goodbye to the man who taught us that the only way to have everything is to need nothing. The museum closes. The silence returns. And in that silence, we might finally hear what he was trying to tell us all along. And so, we return to the silence of the sun, the place where all philosophy begins and ends, closing the great circle of a life that was as round and complete as the rim of a ceramic jar. We have traveled from the salt-sprayed docks of Sinope to the marble noise of Athens, from the auction block of Crete to the painted walls of the Vatican. But in the end, we find ourselves back in the dust of Corinth, watching the light fade from the sky. The journey of Diogenes was never linear. It was a spiral, drilling deeper and deeper into the single, radiant truth that happiness is not found in the accumulation of more, but in the appreciation of enough. As the centuries strip away the marble and the bronze, as the empires rise and fall like chest heaving in sleep, the figure of the old man in the rags remains, not as a historical curiosity, but as an eternal invitation. He sits there in the long shadow of history, waiting for us to stop running, waiting for us to drop our heavy luggage, waiting for us to realize that the sunlight we are chasing has been hitting our backs the entire time. The silence that surrounds him now is not the silence of the grave. It is the silence of the satisfied mind. It is the quiet of a room after the clock stops ticking. It is the peace of the dog that has finally caught its tail and realized it was part of himself all along. Historians and philologists still argue over the authenticity of the writings attributed to Diogenes, the Politeia, Republic, and the Tragedies, wondering if a man who rejected civilization would bother to write down laws for it. Some say his Republic was a scandalous text that advocated for the total abolition of money, marriage, and government, a blueprint for a world of absolute anarchy. Others argue it was a satire, a joke played on the serious utopias of Plato. But perhaps the debate misses the point. Diogenes did not write his philosophy on papyrus. He wrote it on the air. He wrote it on the habits of his own body. His text was his life. Every breath was a sentence. Every step was a paragraph. And his death was the final period. We do not need his scrolls because we have his example. We know that he looked at the complex machinery of human anxiety, the laws, the debts, the wars, the reputations, and he simply stepped off the machine. He showed us that the engine of the world runs on our fear, and if we stop being afraid, the gears grind to a halt. There is a profound, resonant comfort in realizing that the hardest man in history found the softest peace. We tend to think of him as a warrior, fighting against convention, but in these final moments, let us see him as a lover of reality. He loved the sun, not because it was a god, but because it was warm. He loved the water, not because it was sacred, but because it was wet. He loved the bread, not because it was a commodity, but because it was life. He stripped away the adjectives to get to the nouns. He teaches us that the world is not a puzzle to be solved, but a sensation to be felt. When we stop labeling the cold as bad, it just becomes cool air. When we stop labeling poverty as shame, it just becomes lightness. He offers us the alchemy of attitude, the power to turn a tub into a castle and a crust of bread into a feast, simply by changing the mind that perceives them. Imagine him one last time, not as a statue, but as a breathing presence. The twilight is deepening. The cicadas have stopped their singing. The air is cooling, carrying the scent of pine and distant sea salt. He pulls his old, faithful cloak around his shoulders. It is scratchy. It is worn, but it is his. He leans back against the rough clay of the pithos. He closes his eyes. He does not worry about tomorrow. He does not regret yesterday. He is entirely here. He listens to the wind moving through the olive trees, the sound of the universe breathing. He thinks of the mouse, the chicken, the king, the pirate. They are all just characters in a dream, and he is the one who woke up. He feels the earth supporting him, solid and undeniable. He realizes that he never needed the house of Xeniades. He never needed the approval of Athens. He was always home. The roof was the sky. The floor was the world. The family was everything that lives. The legacy of Diogenes is often framed as a challenge, a dare to give up our comforts. But as we close this chapter, let us see it as a reassurance. He is telling us that we are stronger than we think. We are terrified of losing our jobs, our status, our Wi-Fi, our air conditioning. We think we will break without them. But Diogenes whispers from the dark, "You will not break. You are built for this world. You are a featherless biped with broad nails and a spark of divine reason. You can handle the cold. You can handle the dark. You can handle the silence." He is the safety net at the bottom of the social ladder, catching us when we fall, laughing and saying, "See? The ground is solid. You are still alive. Now, stand up and walk." His laughter, once sharp and barking, softens now into a gentle chuckle. It is the laughter of relief. It is the sound of a man who has put down a heavy load he didn't know he was carrying. He looks at us across the centuries, through the screens and the books and the noise of our modern lives, and he offers us a gift. It is not a coin. It is not a theory. It is a question, the same one he asked the king, but whispered now with infinite kindness. What is standing in your light? What fear, what desire, what imaginary need is blocking the simple, warm joy of just existing? He invites us to move it aside, to step out of the shadow of our own expectations, to sit with him in the sun, even if only for a moment, and realize that we, too, are citizens of the cosmos, free to breathe, free to be, free to need nothing but the next breath. The darkness is complete now. The stars are out, the same stars he counted from the deck of the pirate ship, the same stars that watched him sleep in the agora. They wheel overhead in their silent, majestic order. Orion, the bear, the dog star, Sirius, burning bright and blue. Diogenes looks up at his celestial namesake and winks. The universe is a vast, cold place, but he has found the warmth inside himself. He has completed the assignment. He has lived without lies. He drifts into sleep, the sleep of the just, the sleep of the free, the sleep of the man who knows that when the sun rises tomorrow, it will belong to everyone, and that is enough. The jar is still, the staff is laid down, the lantern is out, the story is told. The silence of the sun holds him now, a golden embrace that will never let go. The fire of the lantern has dimmed, the crowds of the agora have dispersed, and the echoes of the barking dog have faded into the gentle, rhythmic breathing of the night. You have walked a long road, stepping over the centuries, following the footprints of a man who carried nothing but the truth. Now, it is time for you to put down your own burdens. Imagine them, one by one. The worries of the day, the emails, the expectations, the fears of tomorrow. Imagine them as heavy ceramic cups in your hands. Feel the weight of them. And now, just as he did, gently open your fingers. Let them drop. Let them shatter into harmless dust on the floor of your mind. You do not need them here. In this space, in this quiet, you are free. The air around you is soft and still, like the cool interior of a sanctuary. There are no kings here to demand your attention. There are no crowds to judge your clothes. There is only the dark, velvety wrap of the night, a cloak as simple and comforting as old wool. You are safe in your own jar of peace, protected from the wind, sheltered from the noise. Feel the surface beneath you, supporting you completely, just as the earth supported him. You don't have to hold yourself up. You can let go. You can sink into the gravity, heavy and warm. Listen to the rhythm of your own breath, in and out. It is the only currency you need right now. It is the simple, honest rhythm of life, rising and falling like the Aegean Sea, washing away the dust of the journey. The sun has set, but it has left its warmth in your bones. You are enough. You have always been enough. The world can wait, the sun will return. But for now, there is only the quiet, the dark, and the sweet, dreamless freedom of sleep. Drift away now. The lantern is out, sweet dreams.